next is the third. Islam is the third religion. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Islam copied the previous two religions. Isn't that true?
Well, I hope so. I hope they come with them faithfully, but it seems this is not the case. It seems.
You hope that they copied it? Yeah, they definitely copied it because you have the same characters in the same story. You have Abraham, Isaac, Jacob.
My understanding is that Muslims unfortunately haven't copied them faithfully. They have, they have messed up with a lot of characters and they have misrepresented a lot of these characters. Unfortunately. So I hope that Muslims have copied these books and live by the books.
If for copying these books, why don't they just become a Jew or a Christian? Why do they have to invent the same thing, only, give it a different name? I don't get it.
I don't get it too because I see nothing wrong with Judaism or Christianity. I think that these are great religions and they should be copied to the letter.
If you're copying it to the letter, then that makes you a Jew or a Christian.
I hope so.
Better was it AI or religion than ChatGPT?
I don't use ChatGPT. I was going to say something else. Wait, what was I going to say? I forgot. You made me forgot.
You were saying that your parents were a little shady towards you because you weren't Muslim, but you just...
No, my parents were not shady towards me. I meant my family, the side of my dad.
It looks like Europe is having mixed feelings about some of the people there. I noticed this. Countries are saying, hey, these guys are not...
Oh, you want to know something? Last Friday, right? The Christmas market opening. So Palestine protesters couldn't help themselves in, so they protested at the Christmas market opening. And the same night, baby Jesus got stolen and his head got taken. His head got taken.
You said that the Muslims stole the head of baby Jesus?
Yep, and they beheaded him,
Wait a second, the Muslims killed Jesus?
Yeah, the baby stole of Jesus, the birth doll. They took the baby Jesus out and they beheaded him. And
I thought Jesus was a prophet in Islam.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
So they killed their prophet?
They apparently they killed the man that will touch them on the day of judgment.
It doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good.
Not a good look.
It doesn't. No.
Why do they like the Christmas markets? Is it because they don't get presents?
Yeah, they're probably jealous. I don't know.
Maybe if we give them presents, then they won't attack the Christmas market.
I think with social benefits, we already give them enough presents. So I don't think it deserves more presents.
Not even some mittens or something, or some waffles.
The only present I want to give them is a ticket to Gaza.
A ticket to Gaza?
Yes.
That sounds good. I hear there's free parking in Gaza.
Then there's probably a lot of parking as well, because Gaza.
Well, a lot of people were saying around the world, free parking in Palestine. So they got free parking in Palestine. No.
Yeah. From the river to the sea, Palestine, I do not see, and Israel will be free from.
Make Gaza Jewish again.
Ruben, this is not funny. There were several Jewish communities historically in Gaza, and the synagogues are still there. There was a big port. I don't think it's reasonable for those communities to be erased. I think they should be restored, Ruben. I'm not kidding about this at all. This should be part of President Trump's 20-point plan that the Jewish communities be restored to Gaza.
I didn't make that up myself. In Jerusalem, flags, make America great again, but it make Gaza Jewish again.
Well, it's hard to pronounce, though. That would be like Magajiza. But if they don't hate Jews, then they have to restore the Jewish.
It's yeah, I think it's not fair and it's genocidal what happened to the rights of the Jewish people in the Middle East. My understanding is there have been a lot of, at least, cultural genocide of the heritage of the Jewish people all over the Middle East. And I hope, Jews, like everyone else, have the freedom to live and work anywhere they want in this world. So I hope, yeah, I hope
I
there's a
agree
big
with that. I agree with that. Maybe we should tell the United Nations. Anyway, Hanukkah is coming and everybody can eat donuts on Hanukkah. So you can switch from waffles to donuts, Fatima, next week.
Oh shit, sorry, my mic was. Sorry, say that again.
You could switch from waffles to donuts next week because it's going to be Hanukkah.
Oh, I don't like. Yeah, no. I need to stop eating donuts, bro.
You should enjoy. You can have one once in a while. Here, I'll sing you a little song. Put on your yarmulke. It's time for Hanukkah. Take a gin and vodka and smoke some marijuana.
You want to hear this hadith that Allah killed down?
Is there a hadith about Hanukkah?
I don't think there are any Hanukkah hadith in Islam. Yeah.
There's no Hanukkah in Islam?
I'll read it quickly. Sahih Muslim 1570. So, Allah's messenger is giving commands for filling back in Sahih Muslim 1578. Yeah. So, Tuna Abi Dawood 2846, the Prophet of Allah ordered to kill dog. And you were killing a dog, blah blah blah, it's not important, he ordered to kill fucking dog. So, nice, Allah loves dogs. How can you be about nothing for this life? Oh, you want to know something? I'm not going to read like the hadith numbers, I just noted by that there are two reasons. So there is a hadith that says that the ringing, that the bell is the instrument of Satan, right? The bell is the instrument of Satan. In another hadith, someone asked the Prophet, how does the revelation come to you? And Muhammad says, oh, it comes to me like the ringing of a bell. So he's basically saying that the bell is the instrument of Satan, and the revelation comes to him as a ringing of a bell. So basically, Satan is giving him revelation. That's what he's applying. Beautiful. So the bell is the instrument of Satan, and Muhammad gets his revelations as the ringing of a bell. So he gets them from Satan, basically. Beautiful. Beautiful. There's a hadith that says that if you dream about something and it doesn't come true, it's not from Allah. And then there's the other hadith that talks about he dreaming twice about Aisha. The second time, Muhammad decides to make this dream come true himself and marries Aisha. So the first time, the dream of Aisha didn't come true, meaning it doesn't come from Allah. So he's fantasizing a second time about Aisha, and then he's decided to make the dream come true himself. So Muhammad doesn't bend for Allah, Allah bends for Muhammad. Basically, every time he wants something, he takes out of his back pocket, and he reaches out to his back pocket, and he takes out a revelation that suits him. Every fucking time Prophet Muhammad does it. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. Crazy how he married Aisha. He had a dream twice about her before he decided himself to marry her. because a little girl is not going to come up to him and say, "Hey, old man, I want to marry you." The little girl's not going to do that. So he made that decision to marry little Aisha. So the dream did not come through itself. He made the dream come true after a second time dreaming about it. While he stays in our deep, if a dream doesn't come true the first time, it's not from Allah. So actually, maybe that was our God saying, "Oh, marrying a 6-year-old is not okay." That's why the dream didn't come true the first time. But he was actually just fantasizing about little Aisha, and he said, "Oh, the second time he was fantasizing, dreaming about her, it must be from Allah." So he decided to marry her himself. Because a little girl is not gonna decide to marry a fucking old man. That's how he married little Aisha. One time dream, not come true, not from Allah. Second time he dreamed, he made it come true himself. So that's the story of how Muhammad married Aisha. He dreamed about a little girl, perversion, pedophilia, dreaming about a little girl and then deciding to marry her. That's pedophilia, literally.
Taking it out of context.
Yeah, I am taking that out of context. Okay, I'm taking it way out of context.
What is the context in this case?
I don't know, you tell me.
From my understanding, we take the hadith of Aisha as hadith of Aisha. Means Aisha's opinion, which, as you know, is not taken seriously by Muslim jurisprudence. They don't take her seriously. Like, for example, she has these hadiths about breastfeeding adults. This is not taken seriously.
The Prophet left little Aisha literally in the middle of the desert to go to another woman. He left Aisha and one of his followers had to take her back. Like, bro, he had to marry about her 2 times and then he decided to marry her. Because the first time it didn't come true, which means it's not from Allah. So if the first time a dream doesn't come true, it means it's not from Allah. You dream the second time about her, he makes it come true himself. That's literally him fantasizing 2 times about a little girl. He's a pedophile.
Go and mention that he fantasized about this girl.
Give me a second. I'll get it in a minute. Wait, give me a second. I have it on her. Oh, it's actually narrated by Aisha herself. Spali
Exactly.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's narrated by.
So you're taking your religion from Aisha. Was fantasizing about her.
Yes.
Okay.
The Prophet said to her that the Prophet told her this.
No, she is saying, she claimed that the Prophet told her. That's the narrative. That's a correct narrative.
Oh, so you were gonna say this is a weak hadith, right? Alright.
No, it's not weak. It's sahih. It's accurate. She was accurately reported as saying that.
Yeah. And in another hadith he states.
So this is a judgment against her. This is like a burden on her to prove.
Yeah.
Yet you chose to believe Aisha, right?
I don't
So
believe.
your version of Islam is Aisha's version of Islam, correct?
It's not because she's narrating Prophet Muhammad, so it's not. And I think Aisha is a pretty reliable source since it was the wife.
Aisha is pretty reliable. For you, like she is reliable as the representation of God, fantasizes about her. Like Jesus, let's say Jesus fantasizes about her. Like if there's a woman that say in your religion, or whatever. If someone comes and tells you, "Oh, Jesus fantasizes about me," what would you think of her?
We're not talking about Jesus here. Jesus is not Muhammad.
In my religion, Muhammad is the messenger of Jesus, right?
What? Muhammad is the messenger of Jesus?
He's a representation of God, the same God of Jesus, right?
So Muhammad is the same as Jesus?
He is a representation and the message of Jesus, or not.
Muhammad came with the message of Jesus?
Yes.
I don't think so. I think Muhammad came with a completely different message.
Yeah, that's what Aisha saying that, he was fantasizing about her, yes. But if you read that, I'm not interested, it's different. It's a different story.
He said that to Aisha, and Aisha narrated it.
But who was there witnessing what Aisha was saying? Was there another witness?
Wait, I'm not going to continue with you if you're a Muslim, because this is ridiculous. Stop being apologetic. Just accept it. Just accept it the way it is.
I told you, I accepted that it's a correct hadith. It is an accurate hadith. That Aisha said that.
Stop.
You chose to believe Aisha. This means Aisha is invaluable to you. She is basically God to you. You believe whatever she tells you about God.
For me, she's nothing. This is not my religion. I don't give a fuck. You, or not you, Muslims should give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm just saying what's written. That's all. And it's written. He's a pedophile. He's a fucked up pedophile.
Do you think Aisha is the one who is infallible and whatever she says is accurate representation of God? This is your problem. This is probably your understanding of maybe how it appears to you.
Yes.
These are authentic hadith that she's described, and they're authoritative under the sunnah of the prophet. I don't understand what you're saying. That Aisha is not a credible source. Is that your argument?
No, the hadith is authoritative. Yes, it is authoritative, and it says that Aisha said that's it. Aisha's imagination of Jesus, or the representation of Jesus, or the representation of God, or the representation of the divine, of truth, is this. Now, the question is to you. Do you really believe that? So obviously, you seem to be believing it. Is there something wrong with you?
Like, have you taken wine tonight?
There is
Do
something.
you want to understand Muslims or not?
There
Of
is
course I do.
You
So
may-
1.5 billion people who are Muslims. If you want to understand them and coexist with them, you need to understand them. Be truthful and spiritual.
coexist with Islam. We do not want to coexist with Islam, not at all. We want Muslims to know what's written in their fucked up hadiths and in their fucked up Quran and what their fucked up prophet did. Believe be upon him, piece of shit. Literally.
Yeah, they take the Sahih Bukhari and the Muslim Sahih corpus authentically, and they know it's embarrassing. But he tries to downplay. He said this is not narrated by the Prophet himself, which is true. It's narrated by Aisha. But the bottom line is Aisha is taken very seriously.
Yeah.
And many of the hadith are narrated by, many of the sayings are narrated by her. So they would have to throw, if she's not authentic, then most of the sunnah is not authentic. But this guy's just a liar who's trying to apologize for a pedophile.
Yes, disgusting. Disgusting. I know they're always trying to be apologetic. Okay. Pedophilia. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, the guy fucked a 9-year-old girl according to their own tradition. And we met them didn't become Islamophobic. Why? All we're doing is reading from their texts. Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, authoritative, authentic hadiths. Married in 6, consummated at 9, and married by Aisha, and with a proper date of marriage, which is authentic. So you can go fuck yourself, Jim.
They can all go fuck themselves.
welcome now to another exciting episode of Fatima versus the Muslims of Islam, otherwise known as the Mohammedans. A Friday night banger full of fun, enlightening education, debate, and, you know, this is war. And make no mistake about it, that my favorite restaurant was torn down, a mosque was put up, and now all these illegal alien Muslims have citizenship, and they're driving Ubers, having families, and taking welfare subsidies. You know, it spreads like a mind virus. And how do you defeat a mind virus? Fatima, our secret weapon.
Bro, I'm crying. I'm not so educated. I'm not so educated when it comes to Islam, but I know the verses that are bad. I know the verse that
Well, Nora and I also know some verses that are good. They come from a book from the Alter Rebbe known as the Tanya. Norma and I are in a book club.
AI, coming up on the 19th of this Hebrew month, they're celebrating the liberation of the Alter Rebbe, by the way. It's kind of the 19th of Tammuz. It's a little bit of a big deal, I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry, the 19th of Kislev, I think. The Russians jailed him for 52 days, and then they set him free. And the Chabad Lubavitch Jews celebrate that day of liberation for the Alter Rebbe.
It was 52 days, not 53 days.
I'm sorry, you're right. He was 52 years old and he was in prison for 53 days. You're absolutely right.
Hey, Laurie, welcome back. Where's your Clubhouse Plus? I thought you were very important plus.
Say this again. Where's my Clubhouse what?
Your Clubhouse Plus? I thought you were VIP.
My Clubhouse. Oh, you know what? It lapsed yesterday, and I'm trying to see. I find it fun, but I just want to see, do I really like it? I never use it. I never go anywhere anonymous, so I'm not sure what I need it for.
Me neither. I don't use my
What was
that? What language is that? Shabatuha Sina Manatsi?
No,
Shishay Shabusha? Why did you interrupt our conversation?
I'm really happy I got to fight the Muslim. I didn't expect this turning of the night. I'm really happy. That's all because of AI John next to me. His meditation.
He's very good. He's got a lot going on. Thanks to you, I had the chance to fight some Muslims.
I'm defending the Islamic positions.
Yeah,
Why can't we put on our tefillin during Shabbos? Good Shabbos to everyone.
It's considered a kind of work. It's kind of funny. You don't put on tefillin on Shabbos.
The Shabbos bride is like tefillin, no need to put it on twice.
Oh, I like that interpretation.
welcome, Tim. Who are you? Who are you, Tim? That's very difficult to understand what you mean. Okay, thank you. I'll think about it.
Tonight is language lab night.
Yeah, apparently. What's wrong? Did people lose their language tonight?
They're speaking in tongues.
Right. Well, I feel like fighting one of us now. I like to fight Muslims. And I like the way that they always bring up the same fucking excuses. Oh, it's during war. Oh no, it's out of context. Oh no, it's the weak hadith. We don't accept it. But what about the people who do accept the hadith? Oh yeah, we don't think about that, right? Oh shit. If these hadiths are all weak, then why are men in Islamic countries still marrying a minor? If they're so weak, right? Why is this still happening in Islamic countries in masses? If they're so weak. If these hadiths are so weak about beating your wife, why are women in Islamic countries being beat? Why and being raped? Why, if these hadiths are so weak? Why, if these hadiths are so weak, why are women in Islamic countries still being stoned today in mass? Why? If these hadiths are so weak, why, if there's a natural disaster and women are going in under the rubble, men cannot take them out because they're not allowed to touch them. If these hadiths are so weak, why are they not taking the woman out from under the rubble? If these hadiths are also weak, why is this happening? Because these hadiths are not that weak, apparently.
You know,
Their parents run enough.
Fatima, I saw a news article about female mummies in Egypt, and it turns out that female mummies versus male mummies were mummified differently because the families wouldn't bring the women to the mortuary because they were concerned about necrophiliacs. So they would wait a couple extra days to mummify the body, and therefore not a lot of female mummies exist because they entered into a more rapid state of decay. So I'm just saying there's different norms. You know, El Normo, the normative is, the joy of the world. So El Normo has the solution, and he understands the problem.
Oh, is that true, Mama?
Put on your yarmulke. It's almost time for Hanukkah. Oh, it's not my yarmulke. What do you guys think of my yarmulke? I have already a photo. I'm thinking about getting this one for Hanukkah this year.
You want to know something abnormal? What Amir said to me yesterday, he cannot read this statistics, right? So he was reading statistics of rape victims in Belgium. He was not reading them right. But anyway, the point at the end, the point that he was making, that Belgium is the worst country for women to be raped than Afghanistan. Yes, he literally said that.
Because the Muslims are going there right now?
He literally said that. Amazing, right? Amazing. How apologetic, how far they go. How fucking far they go. These people are living in our country. They are living in our countries. You know that? These dangerous people like Amir live in our countries. You know that? That is so dangerous. The threat.
I think we should make Amir speak Walloon. Do you guys think this yarmulke is kosher for Hanukkah? Yarmulkes are neither kosher nor not kosher or treif. Is this a good one? A good color comp? Why is today your first time? Well, first time getting a yarmulke. Why are you buying a yarmulke? For Hanukkah. Why would you buy a yarmulke for Hanukkah if you're not a Jew? I wouldn't be more observant. But you're not a Jew. I am a Jew. You could possibly be a Jew. No Jew do whatever Kolchenko's kosher. I'm a Messianic Jew. I'm just giving back to the faith. No, you're not a Jew. You're not giving anything. Just be who you are, Sheikh. Be comfortable with who you are. Don't be ashamed of yourself. Be proud. Thank you, thank you. You know the saying, like you walk a mile in someone's shoes, you understand them? What if you walk a mile in their yarmulke? Still won't be a Jew. Oh, Fatima, Fatima, did you see on the AI?
What AI?
The one I say in the messenger. It's a great tool.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't prepare to use much of AI. What about it? What is it? Oh, this is from Rabbi. Rabbi?
Yeah, but it's a prototype. You're about to release it to the public.
At first, so I have to ask something and it will be a big question.
Yes, ask any question.
Is Rabbi an idiot?
Who's Rabbi? Why are non-Jews obsessed with Jews, Shay?
Oh my God, listen what it answered. I said, is Rabbi an idiot? Listen to me, my friend. Is Rabbi an idiot? Question mark. Oy vey, the market. You want, and I should tell you. The only idiot is the Shtolamim who don't understand that a Tesla on the yarmulke is worth more 100 MBAs. If you can spell the idea of PT, don't pay the dues. Get the tax break. Is that an idiot? Never. What the?
Ask it any question. It's really good.
What the? How did he make that?
It's really good, isn't it?
Yeah, but
It
can
doesn't
he?
make any sense. Sheikh, why are non-Jews obsessed with Jews, Sheikh? Tell us. It's about to be Hanukkah. Did you look at the calendar? Why are non-Jews obsessed with Jews? Well, look at the calendar. Ovey. Look at the calendar. What does that mean, what you just said? Could you please look at the calendar? I don't need to look at the calendar. Why are non-Jews obsessed with Jews? Sheikh. Because they're an ally of the United States. So what does that have to do with you? Oh, I'm an American? Yes, it's an ally to America. So it's a country. You want to let me down, bro. Like, I don't get it. And I feel like it's kind of rude. You should put a suggestion in the suggestion box. Tell your real feelings. Dang, I just got deja vu, crazy. Again? Yeah, again.
Oh, I wanted to ask you something. Can little Rabbi like read the questions that are being asked somewhere?
No.
Oh, too bad. I would love for him to read the questions that are asked. Don't forget that. Did he really read them?
Yeah, somebody got mad at me. I don't know who. But we're gonna IP.
Who does that? Come on, leave her.
Not me.
He's my friend.
He's a little annoying.
I'm sorry.
But I wasn't even talking to him, bro. I don't know why he's mad. I'm not mad at all. I just said you.
Sorry, Sheikh, but my AI is going off and it keeps, unfortunately, it's fully automated and it just keeps kicking you to the audience. I can't help it because I've set up my AI in a way that's fully automated. Welcome back to the room, everybody. This is Fatima versus the Muslims of Islam, otherwise known as Mohammedans. These are people involved in an organization known as the Mohammedans. And Fatima has graciously, like Joan of Arc, picked up a flaming sword of truth and power and vengeance. And Fatima has declared war
on the Muslims.
Yes, I have.
Guys, let's give her a round of applause, please. Give her a round of applause. Mazel tov, Fatima. Fatina's my friend. Okay. Mazel tov. I will not let you guys bash her. Okay? Please don't.
Mazel tov, everybody. We are gonna destroy Islam from the inside out because Islam destroys places from the inside out.
People might call that an enema. But what I like to call this is an exploration of the soul by a pro, Our Lady Fatima.
So we have to use the same tactic that Islam uses, right? So Islam invades from the inside out. So we need to invade Islam from the inside out. We need to destroy them just as they destroy. That's the only way. Okay? Use what they use. Use their own weapons against them. Right? Hey, welcome, Dean. You're a mastermind. If there's something you want to share, say. You want to talk about the woman being obligated to oh, he left.
Can't take it by he's intimidated by your beauty, your grace, your intelligence, and the lively debate that you can offer these individuals who clearly have not just a lack of education and intelligence, but an emotional disequilibrium that they can't seem to fix.
Well, according to that, I like education. I don't know which one is right. But they were,
You can put that in the Cayman Islands.
oh shit. Well, now we know that. Thank you.
So, yeah, question for you. Do you floss?
Ooh,
That's a really good question.
what do you mean floss your teeth?
Does he
Of
floss?
course, Lion of Israel.
Floss your teeth while talking on Clubhouse?
Not when I'm on Clubhouse.
For me, very difficult to floss my teeth because I have this permanent restrainer behind my teeth, right? So it's actually very difficult to do it.
Oy vey.
Or
You have what behind your teeth?
permanent restrainers.
Really?
Yes. I will break this of after my braces they gave me permanent restrainers. So my teeth won't move again.
You never take it off?
You cannot take it off. It's like you cannot take it off. It's a little iron like piece that they stick on your teeth from behind.
I know what you should use. I actually have one. You should use a water pick. That works really well.
So the best thing I can use is actually just like this toothpick. I don't know, but I don't know how to say it. Yeah.
Oy vey. I recommend the kosher too.
Oive, I don't even know what oive means. What is oive?
I don't know. He's speaking in tongues.
Come on, just tell me what oive is. I've heard that before. I know it's not the Jewish. What is oive?
I don't know. Something Jewish.
How normal, be educational. I'm asking you as a teacher. Why can't you be a teacher and teach me something?
I'm teaching you about waffles and French fries.
What is oive?
It's just an expression.
Yeah, but what is like? Do you have something to compare it with in English?
No.
Okay. Fair enough.
Can you teach us some Belgian?
Sure, what do you want to know?
Just speak some Belgian to us.
But give me a subject.
Okay. talk about Friday night going out for dinner.
They means oh no.
I'll just make up a story. Dus vrijdagavond werd met mijn vriendinnen, met groepjes. En wij gaan naar een leuke bar en wij gaan ons heel zwaar amuseren. Wij gaan zeker ergens een nacht doordoen. Wij gaan proberen om niet in contact te komen met moespoelen. Want
It sounds better than Dutch, actually. It's a little farther than Dutch.
oh yeah, really? I don't know. Yeah. I like Flemish more than the Dutch accent, honestly. Dutch people are like very loud. Honestly.
They're very what?
They're very loud. And like they have like no shame, like at all. Dutch people, they really have no shame. They don't care. Which is a good thing. Which is a good thing. I like that. I like that mentality.
No shame about what?
Nothing like they don't. For example, there are like people that use things to cover their windows so you can look inside their houses. They don't care.
Well, presumably they keep their clothes on.
I don't know. Who knows? I don't live there. But that's the thing there.
I think that was a Christian custom to show that they had nothing to hide. That's what I read.
Yeah, really, I don't know. Why do you even read about that? Why are you so interested in the Dutch culture and the Belgian culture?
I'm interested in everything.
Are you coming here? Do you want to live here? Do you think you're a hot man here in Belgium that you can date?
You want me to date a hot man?
Oh my god, I'm normal. My brother is gay and he just broke up with his boyfriend. He's single. You want him? You want me to think?
I prefer the ladies.
He's 38. Oh, I thought someone said you were gay.
I think they did, but I think that's because he was interested in me. He had wishful
Oh,
thinking.
sorry. Sorry, I thought
There's no, you don't have to apologize. It's not a big deal. It's just that I like the ladies, that's all.
Oh, sorry. But my brother literally broke up with his.
Why do you break up?
I think there is a new man in the game. Not for my brother, but for his yeah, his
It seems to me that gay men like to have lots of different partners, it seems like.
No, they don't. They have been together since they were 17 and they're literally 39 right now. You know how long that is? They were each other's first love.
Well, why would you break up then?
I have no idea. They're crazy. They sold their house. They bought a new apartment like 4 months ago. And now they're breaking up and my brother is moving. Why did they buy the apartment? And apparently they already broke up before summer. So why buy a new apartment and move in together if you broke up with each other already?
I think they'll still stay friends.
Oh yeah, they're still friends. They're going out together. But I don't know. Gay people are a different thing.
Different thing.
Yeah, they're a different thing.
Because they're close to their exes because they become like family.
Yeah,
It's just a different trick.
I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but it's different than heterosexual. You know?
Yeah, when we break up, we hate each other. I think that's healthier.
No, I don't hate my exes.
You have a lot of them?
No, I have two. I don't hate them.
2 is a good number.
Yeah. The first one was an Arab. Of course, we don't talk anymore. The second was a Jew.
The second one?
Was a Jew.
You kidding me?
Yeah, from Israel.
What's next, a Christian?
Well, I would prefer that, honestly.
Alright.
Because I honestly don't really. I don't want like someone with no values, you know, and morals. So obviously, obviously not a Muslim, not a Muslim. No Muslim.
I'm a nice guy by Christmas. That's my assignment to you.
Christmas, excuse me, that's been 2 weeks already.
Yeah, so keep busy.
I haven't had a relationship since 2019.
Alright, so you have the love you need.
Oh yeah, I give her more love than she gives me love, but okay.
It sounds like you'd prefer to have a dog than be a Muslim.
100%, yeah, of course. Yo, John, can you bring my friend up? Come on, bring him up. He wants to come on. I can't bring my French speaker on. Come on, bring him up. Let him go.
He's been brought up and down too many times. I can't do it myself. But let's see. Yeah, sorry, Shay. You're gonna have to find it. Oh, I think we got him. But he might get put back down. See how long he's left.
Normal, please hold yourself. Come on.
Why are you blaming the Jew all the time?
I thought you said it was you.
No, I said it wasn't.
Dog
Even I said that he had his thing was programmed to send out people when they got annoying. It's AI, we can't control it.
Islam because it's not a religion, but actually it's not a religion, it's more an ideology, and it's a man-made ideology that hates women. Women have to cover so they don't get assaulted or raped by men. Why should women cover that's not completely in the male block for these disgusting dogs of men to not rape them or assault them? That's crazy. I hate these male boxes that they wear, you know? Why would you as a woman, which woman actually truly wants to wear that fucking male box? Which woman truly wants to wear that? Come on.
You call it a mailbox?
I call it a fucking mailbox, man. I call it a fucking mailbox. That's what it is, a mailbox. A woman what? I have a woman, right? A woman what?
How do you think find someone who can find more peace in her life?
I'm actually pretty amazed, you know? Everybody has his worries from time to time. Yeah. I am pretty, I can say.
You know, after the war is over and you've exhausted your sword, Fatima, what are you going to do to bring more peace into your home?
But I am pretty at peace, especially when I'm by myself. I'm very at peace by myself. You know? Why do you think I'm not at peace with myself? Because I'm attacking Islam?
Yeah, I'm just saying because you're fighting a war right now against Islam and the Mohammedans, the Muslims. But after the war is over, how are you going to relax?
And what does it mean, the war over, that Islam is gone?
You've exhausted yourself from battle. It's time to re-energize.
If Islam is gone, I will take it the biggest trip of my life and celebrate it everywhere I go.
We have a poll, please vote.
I voted.
I saw that over there.
Why did you take Muslim out of vote?
Because I'm a liberal.
Do you know that Muhammad ordered to kill dogs? He genocided dogs. He literally ordered to kill. I don't even believe that Muhammad really existed, right? So I believe that Islam is created to distort the world in some way when the time asked. I think, especially, I almost used this app for 1 year, right? And I've been in a lot of rooms, and I know that you're using this app longer than me. You have a lot more information than me. So stop saying that you don't know anything about it.
I didn't say I don't know anything. I just said you know more. I dated a Muslim woman in Paris, and she was nice.
Listen to me. If you're not a terrorist, you're not a Muslim, right?
Okay.
That's it. You're not a real Muslim if you're not a terrorist. And if you're a Muslim and not a terrorist, then you're not a Muslim. That end of story. Because Islam promotes terrorism. So the only thing you can be as a Muslim is a terrorist. And if you're not a terrorist, you're not a Muslim. If you're a terrorist, you're a Muslim.
Don't you think that's a little bit extreme?
Yeah, as extreme as being a terrorist. Yeah,
I think you could be a little more generous to the Muslims.
I am generous to the Muslims. It's not that I'm gonna attack them on the street like they do to other people. These are just words. I am attacking with words. They are literally attacking physically on the street, everywhere.
Do Muslims celebrate Christmas?
No, they destroy Christmas markets in Europe and the big cities. That's what they do.
That sounds very hostile. I was just at a Christmas market in Europe.
Oh, really?
It was really nice. It was really fun.
Where were you? Which country?
I was in England.
And which city? London?
I was in London and I was in Exeter.
Did you see like the prevention that they took so Muslims don't ride their car in the Christmas market? Did you see that?
No, I didn't notice, but maybe they put big concrete blocks.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh.
You see how we Europeans have to adapt to these radical fucking degenerate dogs?
Well, I don't know what to say about this.
You don't have to say anything about it. It's okay. I don't expect a response.
We're going to have a Muslim mayor in New York, I think. I don't know if he's practicing, but I hope he doesn't attack the Christmas market.
You know how Mamdani's gonna make strip club more inclusive?
Gonna make what?
You know how Mamdani is gonna make the strip club
Oh.
more
No,
inclusive?
how's he going to do that?
He's gonna put goats in them.
Oh, wow. That sounds wild.
So it's more inclusive for Muslims.
I heard he's going to give a 65 million, he said, for transgender stuff. Yeah, he's really into transgender, which surprises me.
Didn't he sign a transgender rabbi as well?
I don't know what a rebbe is. I don't know about him and the Jews.
A rabbi.
A rabbi? I don't know the transgender rabbi. I don't know of any.
I don't know for what exactly it was, but he took in a transgender rabbi for something.
He wants to give transgender folks $65 million.
Oh yeah, right. Like America doesn't need the money for the homeless people. Oh no, give them to the mentally ill who want to mutilate their body. Yes, of course.
Seems strange. Maybe I think Teddy in the audience is a Muslim. Maybe he can explain all this stuff because I just don't know enough about it. Yeah,
I don't care. Sometimes it's funny to make jokes about it. You know, the stereotypical.
I think it's amazing that everybody knows New York's mayor. Like I don't know the mayor of Flanders or something.
Yeah, because this is all distraction. It's all just dumb distraction. That's it.
Teddy, come up and provide a more reasonable point of view. These people I think are Islamophobic.
Do you know what a phobia is?
It's a fear.
Yeah, no, it's not just a fear. It's an irrational fear.
Are you making fun of the way I talk?
I don't. Excuse me. How many times have you made fun of the way I talk? Like
how many times have I made fun of the way you talk?
Yes, exactly. There we go. It's an irrational fear. I don't have an irrational fear for Islam. I actually don't fear Islam. They can come and kill me. They can put me at gunshot and would ask me accept Allah or shoot me. I would say shoot me. I will never do it. That's how much I despise it. I don't hate it. I just don't want it. That's all.
I just want to point out that I'm like the only one in the room who voted for Muslims here. I'm like the last defender of Muslims. I hope people are grateful for me as a Jewish man defending the Muslims on Shabbos.
That's so weird to a Jew. Like you should be the last one.
No, I'm the only one defending the Jews. Because defending the Muslims.
We're not defending the Jews.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Defending the Muslims.
Yeah, which makes no sense. Are you actually? That makes you a bad Jew.
No, it doesn't. We Jews don't hate Muslims.
No, it makes you a bad Jew.
No, it doesn't. That's not what being a Jew is. We believe in anybody who follows the Noahic laws we can deal with. That means they believe in the one God, they respect their parents, they have courts of law, they don't eat live animals, which is a weird one. We formed these laws for the rest of the world so that they could be in line with godliness. And it looks like the Christians and the Muslims, they like our laws because they adopted our book, the Torah. I don't hate them. I think it's good for them to have a religion and to believe in the one God. I think that's a good thing.
But Muslims don't even know their religion and they're dumb. But it's not about these dumb Muslims that are not Muslims. It's about these fucking radicals that come from these Middle Eastern broken countries with hate for white culture, for everything we stand for, with a lot of hate, and they don't want it. They hate everything we stand for. They hate our culture. They don't like it. There are over 50 fucking Muslim countries and the countries don't want to take them in. Like in North Africa, they're not going there because they don't want to take them in. These people are coming from somewhere. I don't know why, but they are dangerous. I don't know where the fuck these people come from. I don't even know what the fuck they do with their life. I don't know where the fuck they live. But suddenly you see thousands of them protesting for fucking Palestine out of nowhere. Where do they come from?
Wait, aren't you one of those
From the
people?
Stewards? Do they come from the stewards? Sorry, what did you say?
Aren't you one of those people?
What kind of people?
Or do you identify as white or not?
She has a massive identity crisis happening.
There's no crisis. She's just telling us.
No, like yesterday, she was saying, all the immigrants coming to Europe, all the immigrants coming to Europe, they're doing this. Hold on, you fucking idiot. Your dad, your parents are immigrants.
No,
My mom,
No, just like this.
my mom is Belgian. My mom is Belgian. I am a
Your dad?
My dad is Christian, so you cannot say I'm
In your culture, you are what your dad is, no?
Sorry, what?
You are what your dad is.
No, she doesn't like Islam, Teddy.
No, that's an innate culture in separateness.
I've never heard that.
I said she doesn't like Islam. And she's not an immigrant.
Yesterday, she was moaning about all the immigrants coming to Europe.
I'll be honest, a lot of people.
But she is an immigrant herself.
She's not an immigrant. She was born in Belgium.
I'm born in Belgium, and my mom is Belgian, so I'm.
Yeah.
She's a child of immigrants.
Okay,
She's
but
moaning about other immigrants
her
going to
parents are law-abiding. And she's talking about the immigrants that are not law-abiding, that they're a problem in Europe. I don't think you can deny it, Teddy. No, I think you're lying now.
And
She's
also,
from
immigrant. He didn't say illegal immigrants.
No, I didn't say illegal immigrants. I said the ones that are
I didn't put illegal in front of what
She's
she's saying.
talking about the criminals
So
who
you
are a problem. I don't think you're listening, Teddy. She's talking about the people that attack the Christmas markets. Like that.
stop being apologetic all the time. Just say what's wrong, it's wrong, okay? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay to call out other Muslims that are not behaving. You know that, right, Daddy? It's okay to do that.
Why would I waste my fucking time?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Why would I waste my time going around telling people they're not seeing their faith, what the fuck off?
Are you an immigrant, Teddy? Are you an immigrant, Teddy? Is that why you're so sensitive?
Yes.
I'm an immigrant?
I'm asking.
No, I'm like fully English.
Okay, so you're not an immigrant, so why are you defending people who behave badly? Okay.
I'm not defending anything. I'm saying what she was saying yesterday was absolutely stupid.
Oh,
No, it's stupid. My mom is not an immigrant. She's Belgian, and I'm
Your dad is an immigrant. So
what does her dad have to do with anything?
he probably pulled into the category of the people that
Do you only look at
are
my
right
dad?
moaning about the local.
Why do you Why no? Wait. Why do you only look at
Yeah,
men?
if you say, whatever you say about all these Muslim age men, like adult age males coming to you.
Book somewhere. Always.
I agree. He's not even. It's weird. What do you think his story is? He likes to attack me when I go into a beer's room. I think he's an anti-Semite.
They're all anti-Semite.
Why is that? Are they anti-Christian too?
They hide behind Zionism. They always say, "Oh no, it's the Zionists." But that's not true. They actually hate Jews. They just hate Jews. That's it.
Why do they hate us?
But I don't give a shit why they hate you. I don't care, honestly. That's not my problem. My problem is the fruits of their hate.
Well, look, you know more about it than I do.
I don't know more about it than you do. Stop being so dumb, Almona.
But you were sort of born into the Muslim world. I wasn't. I was born into the New York Jewish world.
I didn't grow up like I told you. I didn't grow up in any religion. My dad was not a thing. He was not a Muslim. I asked him one time, "Are you religious? Do you believe?" He said, "No, I don't believe in anything." My mom also, she doesn't believe in anything. So they're both nothing. They're atheists, I guess. Anyway, so yeah, I was brought up in nothing. I chose Christianity myself when I was 17. I don't even call myself a Christian. I call myself a spiritualist. The Bible is my scripture that I use for my faith.
I heard that if you were a Muslim and you become a not-Muslim, then they'll kill you. Is that true?
Yes, that is true. In very radical places, that is true. And there are sects everywhere, in every country, European country, that try to prevent Muslims, especially Muslim girls, because Muslim girls are more likely to leave Islam, and there are sects running behind this girl, threatening their family, into dishonoring their daughters, so they do not convert out of Islam.
Well, girls leave Islam because it's repressive of women, right?
Yeah, why do you ask me questions in that tone? You know the answer.
Because I want to hear it from somebody who knows. I only know it from the outside.
Yes, they do. Women do not want to wear hijab. They don't want to wear a milbak. Women want to be free. They want to feel beautiful. They want to let their beautiful shiny hair in the sun. They want to have fun, you know. And
That makes sense to me.
some men take a beautiful girl and they put her in a milbak. That's disgusting. You cannot make me believe that women actually love her hijab. You cannot make me believe that in any way. The hijab is a covering to prevent men from lusting over a woman. That's all what a hijab is. What I am wearing is actually beautiful. What I'm wearing, this is beautiful. This is a veil. This is a headscarf. This is very beautiful. It's open.
Is that what you wear?
You can breathe through it. So yeah,
Is that an abaya?
that's just a headscarf.
What's it called again?
It's just a headscarf. It's a scarf that I use as a headscarf.
It's nice. It's nice. Good during COVID.
Yeah, are you vaccinated, Lori?
The doctor said, yeah. He said you should take one. So I said, fine, if you want to give me one, I'll take it. I don't care. I never used to take it, but he told me to take it, so I did.
Oh yeah, maybe because it's so forceful. Maybe it is because they are using the same technique and they want to test it again.
You think I'm a guinea pig?
We're all guinea pigs when it comes to medical care.
Are flu shots made with mRNA? No, the flu shot you currently get is not an mRNA vaccine.
And you say that you didn't vaccinate against COVID.
I did a long time ago, when it was
No.
COVID time.
I didn't think.
Did you get COVID?
I got, apparently 3 times. I lost my smell and taste for like 1 month and a half. And it took some time for it to come back.
So you could taste your waffles.
No, I couldn't taste anything. Like I literally put an onion in my mouth to like provoke the taste or smell back, but it didn't help.
Well, if you're single, you can eat raw onions, but if you're with somebody, then you should. I eat raw onions only if I'm not going to be with a girl.
Yeah.
I took the vaccine and I did not get COVID. I was really careful. Everybody around me got it. And then, like 3 years later, when I was in London, I got COVID. But I only had it for like 2 days. It was 2 days and then I was fine.
You do realize that most of COVID death, they had COVID, yes, but they died after they got vaccinated against it.
I think that's a conspiracy theory. I don't think that's true.
They had COVID, so they gave them the vaccine, and they died after, and they reported it as death of COVID, but actually it's strange. They give the vaccine and then they die. And then you have people who had COVID with no vaccinations and they healed. That's not a conspiracy. It's true. Look it up from Belgium. They're actually.
I'm not even sure Belgium is a real place. I've heard of it and I've been in the airport, but I never hear anything else about it.
Oh, you've been in Brussels Airport. You know what happened in 2016?
2016?
Yes, at the airport.
What happened?
Some beautiful Muslim terrorists blew themselves up with needles. So a lot of people died.
What's the matter with these people?
I don't know, they like to blow themselves up in the name of Allah. Apparently that's the thing in Islam.
It's weird.
Yeah.
If they want to kill themselves, go jump off a cliff or something. Why do you have to bother other people?
I guess they are scared to die alone, so they want to bring other people with them.
And he put needles on himself to spray?
I don't know.
That's what you said.
Oh, yeah. There were like needles. Not needles, but how do you call it? Nails, yes. So when you blew up, so when you blew up, like, you know, the pressure of the blow, yeah. That must be very painful.
I don't understand why they say the name of God when they kill people.
That it's not Islamic. Where did they get it from? Oh, yeah. What is it called? Jihad? Right?
Jihad. I don't know. We're going to have to answer these questions because we are forced to confront these various situations. So we have to figure them out. We've got to, we have to, if people want to blow themselves up, then maybe they don't really belong around other people. They should just be left alone.
Yeah, but that's not how Islam wants to work. That's not how Islam works.
Well, one of the United States' most prominent Muslim politicians is named Ilhan Omar, and she just got into a whole lot of trouble in Minneapolis for stealing money, marrying her brother, and giving all this corrupt, stolen money to her husband. So I think people are waking up to this problem. Huh? What?
I think
No.
Hmm? I don't know. You're not making sense.
El Normo, do you think my English is good? Do I have a bad accent?
You speak pretty well. I'll be honest. You speak pretty well. And also your voice is much better tonight.
Do you think the Flemish accent is ugly? When I speak English, do you think it's irritating like the Pakistani or Indian accent,
I do not find Pakistani or Indian accent annoying at all. I love it.
I don't either, but I just use it because a lot of people do. So
I like Indian people and I'm fine with Pakistani people.
That's not my question. I'm just using it as an example.
You sound really good tonight. You're very, what's the word I'm looking for? You're very clear and very personable.
I'm talking about my accent.
It's not, no, your accent accent was fine. You speak English pretty well.
I don't know, is it an irritating accent or something that can annoy people?
You know what's irritating? When you ask me the same question 10 times in a row. That's
You're an ignorant. Oh my god, you're a piece of shit, Oswald. You're a piece of shit.
Thank you. Just
Yeah.
pointing out. I told you like 4 different ways that you sounded fine and there was no problem, and you just keep asking.
Yeah, because we didn't specifically talk about my accent with my passport.
If I say you sound fine, that addresses your accent.
Yeah, but I need more specification, you know.
Okay, you need some emotional support. You
Oh
have,
my god.
you have a beautiful voice. I'd like to hear you sing. Remember before we compared you to Nico? Didn't we compare you to Nico?
I don't remember that.
She was in the Velvet Underground. I think she was. Yeah, she was.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Everywhere I go. Oh, well, it was a bad song.
Very cute. Well, you have to practice. You have to find your key.
Yeah, I was off key. I could feel it.
You have to find the key that worked for you. You gotta practice on your own.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are.
Try this. Try this. Your own personal Jesus.
Your own personal. No, I can't. I don't
No,
know.
that was pretty good. You can keep it low. You have a low voice. You should sing down in the low range.
Your own personal Jesus. No, stop.
You're gonna get it. Okay, I'm gonna play it on YouTube for you. Okay, I'll go into music mode. Okay, it's a good song. It's sung by Johnny Cash. Hang on, I'm pulling it up now from YouTube. There's probably gonna be an ad, so give me a second here. Do you know this song?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
It's even though I'm Jewish, it's a really good song.
Oh shit, is that forbidden in Judaism?
Is what's forbidden in Judaism?
Singing songs about Jesus?
Not at all. Alright. Hang on, there's an ad. It's YouTube. Okay, here we go. Now I'm gonna go into music mode. Hang on. Okay. You're gonna get blown away. This is a pretty good song. Okay. Hang on. I have to find the music. Wait, I know how to do this. Music like audio quality. Let's see here. I didn't see music mode as an option here. Let's see. No. Audio quality. Hang on. I got it.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Okay.
Right. Here it comes. That's right here. Shoot, I messed it up.
Your own personal Jesus. Someone to hear your prayers. Someone who cares. Your own
Personal Jesus.
someone to hear your prayers.
Someone who cares.
Just give me a moment. I just have to.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I like.
Feeling alone when you're all alone.
I like the little
Listen
thing.
by the telephone.
I couldn't hear you. You want me to stop it?
Wait, I'm just cleaning something quickly. Okay, give me a second. Alright. Okay.
What are you doing?
I was taking a drink, but I spilled it a little bit while I was cleaning it up.
Do you want me? Can I play the music while you do that?
No, yeah, you can play it. I'm done.
I'll start it over. You're a person, reason. You're all personal, Jesus. Someone to hear your prayers, someone who cares. You're all personal, Jesus.
Do you watch Stranger Things on your
I can't hear you when the music is playing. What did you say?
Do you watch Stranger Things on your
Do I watch what?
Stranger Things?
Yes. I didn't watch the season. Yes, I do watch it. I watched it with my kid. Like we discovered it together during the pandemic. I thought it was great.
I just finished the last episode yesterday. I need someone to share opinions. I can't find no one.
Is it great?
Yeah, it's great. And there's a character that will surprise you. I really like the character. It's the little guy. He's really funny, and I think you will enjoy him as well. He's really, really funny. I love him. It's the little
Thanks for not ruining it for me. I appreciate it.
I'm not gonna say what his role is with the little fat guy. So when you see a little fat guy, you will know he's gonna be the star.
Oh, it's exciting. Okay, I've been watching Pluribus, which maybe it's on Apple TV. Maybe you should watch it. It's pretty interesting. It's written by the guy who did Breaking Bad. If you like Breaking Bad, you should give this a shot.
Breaking Bad. But I don't have Apple TV. I'm actually watching Dexter again. I think Dexter is great.
It's just a little dark.
I know. That's why I like it.
Well, you like it dark, huh?
Oh yes. Not in the way you have trying to say it that makes it like it dark.
Hey, Leonard Cohen has a song, You Like It Dark. And it doesn't mean anything that you think that I think that I mean. Alright, well, it's time for me to go to sleep because I've got to get up early and go to synagogue again.
Are you going to the synagogue? Okay.
Yeah, I went tonight and I'm going to go tomorrow.
Well,
Thank you. Good night and enjoy your room. I think it's a great room. I think you did a great job. No kidding.
I had so much fun. Thanks for any presents, Elnor.
You're welcome. It's really fun and I think it's very brave too, frankly.
Yeah.
Okay, take care. Be careful.
Good night, enjoy. Bye.
Good night. Bye.
Yo, John, are you there? AI, music. I know these accounts are all of you. Can you respond with one profile, please? John, I don't know if that's the real name. Kitover. Is this guy sleeping? Anyway, if you can hear me, John, I'm gonna close the room. Okay, thank you for providing me this nice adventure. I enjoyed it. So later, guys. Thank you for watch reading. And goodbye, everyone else. Thank you for attending. Bye bye.
are lying. It's simple. Everything you say is a lie because your religion is a lie. So you're already coming from a place of lying, and anything you say, we don't need to believe. Let's start with that. Your prophet was a military leader who was, I will give him credit, smart enough to understand that if I tell these dumb idiots that
I'm freaking Uzo you got from down the street, bro. It's like,
So I went to a Methodist church with some friends when I was in maybe high school or junior high or something for a little while. And they did, this is a Methodist church, and they did communion, but it was like, guys came around through the church and gave you the blood and the body in the form of a little wafer and a glass of grape juice. But it was on a tray. It was like, you just stay in your seat, and then everybody ate the body of the blood.
We're stuck. We're stuck somewhere. We're stuck because of a perception based upon like a previous trauma or something that didn't go well with somebody else. And we now we'll be respectful. You may respond to what I said. It is fair. I should let you respond. You can respond.
You haven't responded to my questions. That's the whole issue here. You're dragging it on. You're foreshadowing an issue you had, probably a conversation you had on fasting clubhouse, and you're foreshadowing everything I'm trying to say. You're lying in my head. I asked you two simple questions. You were able to answer the first one, but the second one you hesitate because you know where this conversation is, and you're wrong. You're coming from a place of hatred and Islamophobia. I don't really care, honestly.
Well, I understand. Look, Islam and Christianity have been fighting for 1,400 years. We are not compatible. We really aren't. So,
well, what do you suggest, Alan? You suggest a war, a crusade against them?
No, I don't suggest a war.
So what do you mean we can't live among each other?
Through this weird section.
By who? You gotta give it to me. I'm from the Bay Area. I'm right here right now. You gotta give it to me. I'm from the Bay Area. I'm right here right now.
Merle Saunders. I will post a link to the song.
But yeah, but like Walter Hawkins is the first voice that you hear on the track, and it's like 7 minutes in or something like that. It's all
I'm
instrumental.
not looking at my phone, so excuse me.
It's just like the least bad thing that we can do. But I think the only like late-term abortions that I would approve of are ones where the mother has gone to see an expert, they've gone and seen a doctor or maybe therapy or whatever, like gone through the right channels. Like they shouldn't just take it upon themselves to end up pregnancy. So if they go through the right channels and the doctor recommends it for whatever reason, there's no alternative, then yeah, those would be the only late-term abortions I would approve of. All those others, I'll say they're bad.
I like to bring up the fact that what if a man wants to have a baby and the woman doesn't? I think men are always left out of this formula.
Yeah, I agree, Max. I don't know what other people want to say about that. What do you liberals want to say?
I think like bodily autonomy and stuff is an argument. Like I think I told you this. It's not. I'm not sure how far I take it, but like that's why there's an asymmetry between the man and the woman. It's not like the woman chooses. It's not really like the idea that isn't that the woman chooses whether the baby gets to live or not. It's she chooses whether to like provide her body right for the sustenance.
Your body, my choice. What about Chappelle said, your body, but it's my wallet. I mean, I know that's economic and that sounds a little gross, but I mean, the man taking the responsibility, the wallet represents the responsibility to take care of the baby also. aside from whether or not they just would take the baby and raise it themselves. I think men are just sort of left out among the dry on this whole issue.
Women are the ones who actually risk their lives in order to birth the thing, right? So I think you might take a little bit of the, but I don't know, if the argument is and people have brought this up, right? There's some sort of clarity, or if men have no say in whether a baby is born or not, then they shouldn't be required alimony or something.
Yeah.
I mean, just that.
It's not just the financial part, and it's not just the financial part, but it's also their love for the baby. What do you want the baby to be?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no thing.
I think men should have to say, it takes two to create. It should be equal.
I agree. Yeah. Look, none of that doesn't look. If the bodily autonomy argument goes through, right, then none of this matters, right? Because again, there could be a million people who are totally invested in the baby, right? Really wanted to come out, but if it's the woman's body that's sustaining the baby, right? Then the idea is that the woman has the right.
I think that's the debate. That's what we're arguing.
I think, but I'm thinking that if that's the argument, that's always the argument, right? That's almost always the argument that's used, right? Yeah. And so it doesn't matter what the wishes of the men are. But it's not about it's not a vote, right, to see who gets whether the baby lives or not. It's not a woman's choice to decide if the baby lives or not. It's the woman's choice to decide whether to sustain the baby. For example, right, if there's some hypothetical where the baby could be completely detached from the woman, right, and raised, I don't know, in foster care or something, right? Like a test tube baby, like a test tube baby or something, where they take the egg and they do that whole little situation. I mean, but keep in mind these. Well, go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish your point, but I want to say this is kind of disanalogous reason there because most of the pregnancies are not by way of people planning it. It's oops babies, people not wanting to be pregnant and going in knowing they don't want to be pregnant. But go ahead. Because they're trying to fix up so-called problem. Yeah. Right, but I think the majority of those cases, those pregnancies are terminated within 6 weeks or so. The majority of cases, right? It's rare that a woman makes an elective, a choice to have an abortion for elective reason past the second trimester, right? You can think of some cases, right? That maybe they thought that they were going to raise it with the father, but the father backs out at the last minute or something, and they're fuck, I don't want to go through with this. That kind of stuff can happen, but usually elective abortions are done in the first 12 weeks or so. And in those cases, right, I just think there's an entirely different argument, right, which is that the fetus isn't the person. I think to me that's a pretty solid argument. I have no doubts about that. I want to respond to some of the stuff you said. So this is why the conservative aspect about getting married and stuff like that is kind of the case because when two people have the interest of actually planning to be a parent and going as far as committing to getting married, which is basically a contract to say, hey, we're in it for each other, and of course everything that comes along with it, which is typically family, then therefore it kind of encourages the outcome that they won't likely get an abortion and they will likely do what's in the best interest of the child. So that goes to that. But a lot of people are, of course, like I said, doing the loose baby situation where we're having sex, people get pregnant, and then they try to fix the mistake. And what I don't like, especially from the left side, even conservatives do this too, we don't talk enough about abstinence as well as what's the other word? Abstinence. Preventive measures and most importantly accountability. It seems like no matter what the woman chooses, which goes back to the argument about the men having to say so, it seems like no matter what the woman does, it's no, she can do no wrong. And it's almost never a situation where you say, hey, and again, it's not just the woman, but it's mostly the woman because once the man makes his contribution, because it could be a mistake, but his contribution, it's at the moment he ejaculates, that's it, that he can't do it anymore. He can't force a woman to have the child, he can't force her to get rid of it. So the woman carries the bulk of that. And if that woman decides to have the child, then of course he bears the burden of being a father, regardless of what he feels like. And if she doesn't want to be, a mother, a parent, he has no say so either. So most of the onus, about 90% of it, is on the woman. Hence, that's why it should be a lot of weight on speaking to women about preventative measures. Okay, you're gonna have sex, but make sure that you're doing the right things. And if you value your body, you want to be very selective, then you don't have to have sex because it's an option. It's not a necessity. But go ahead.
Well, I completely agree that education should be universal, right? Especially on prevention. I don't know about abstinence. That sounds like more like more like moral policing almost. I don't know if that's the role of education to do that. I mean, maybe for really young kids and so on, or just young kids, right? But again, to me, if below say certainly below 12 months or something, 12 weeks, right? I just don't care. I think it's just a fetus. It's just like a blastocyst, right? I mean, maybe health reasons not to there may be health reasons why it's a bad thing to have an abortion anyway below that age, but otherwise I don't really care. I was gonna say something.
So there are humans that are persons.
Yes.
Yeah, that seems like a rationalization to me. That's rationalizing.
But if I'm not, I don't think.
You're making the decision when a human is a person or not, just by just are sort of arbitrary. You set your standards. Oh, in 10 weeks they're kicking and jumping around inside the womb. What human life begins at a certain point.
Right.
It's indisputable, but some humans aren't persons.
Yeah, some human bodies aren't persons when they're dead, for example, right? A person is an entity that has the characteristics of sort of agency, consciousness.
That's what you decide, but human beings don't start out with that. Human life doesn't start out with that. So some humans, until they grow to a certain point of development, they're not people.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that's arbitrary.
No, it's not arbitrary. You've never been asking me. No, you're just assuming it's arbitrary. You're not asking me why.
Okay.
I have a principle reason for sort of having a principle.
What's your principle based? What are your principles?
Yeah, I just think if you look at the entirety of our culture, our moral discourse, and so on, right? Even things like our literature, right? That is the thing that we value about people, right? If there's a reason to care about other people than yourself, it's because they have that nature, they have that quality of personality.
Because they're humans.
Right, but not because they're humans. So, for example,
why not?
Well, let me finish. For example, the best example I can give you is you've almost surely read sci-fi stories or seen movies, right? Where robots, right, metal entities, right, with moving parts, gears, and
where you're getting your imagination from sci-fi movies.
You only know that once I finish talking, right? Okay, my point is that when you read those books, right, stories, those stories involve I'm talking about stories where a robot like that, right, achieves a measure of consciousness and personhood and so on, right? And we just treat it as a moral agent at that point, right? In the story, as when you're reading it, right, that makes sense to you. It's not
no, it doesn't. That's what
AI
stuff. The field that you're in is warping your morality, your sensibility.
It's nothing to do with the field I'm in. This is attitudes. These are attitudes that if what I'm saying isn't true, then I'm just using science fiction because it's a great way of pointing to a hypothetical, right? The point is it's a hypothetical that illustrates that there is other possible kind of arrangements of entities, right, that can have consciousness and therefore have moral worth. And if that's true,
no,
right,
not therefore. You're going to give moral worth to an inanimate machine?
Yeah, if it can express emotions, if it can feel joy and wonder and curiosity,
yeah, 100%. That than a human being in its earliest moments of life.
What does everybody think of souls?
100%.
For example, are they recyclable, or each time a new baby is born, is that a new soul? I'm actually asking because I don't know.
In Scientology, it's recyclable.
Of course,
Right, and these are all different questions though. Like, you know, like that's just one example, right? Like that's an example I like to use because because it's one that people don't usually talk about, right? But the one that other people talk about is like, okay, what is it about like people? Like, so for example, right? I mean, maybe you don't share this intuition either, but like when a human body reaches a sort of vegetative state, right? Then most of us, right, think it's okay to like disconnect the body at that point. It's just a body. There's no like mental life, right? There's a heart beating, right, and like absolutely nothing else. Then it's time to pull the plug. Right. Now, why would that be true if the thing that we value is its bodiness, is the fact that the hearts are beating, or that there's like a mass of cells that had like human DNA. It's not the human DNA that we value about that thing. It's the fact that it's expressing consciousness, right? It's expressing emotion.
Okay, let me ask you a little bit, Deepak, about imagination. I was a young woman before Roe v. Wade. And the way girls thought that, I mean, I imagine, oh my God, the minute you would get pregnant, there would be a human being in you. That's how people thought. And now our imaginations have changed with the law and with the culture. Oh, it's okay to kill that. Okay, we're imagining things differently.
Well, I think address that specific point, right? Like, I feel like even if what you're saying is true, like I wasn't there, I wouldn't know. You're actually talking about a specific point in history and a specific place, right, that might have had that culture. But I can point to like other examples throughout history of people who drew the line for personhood, like at different points, right? That like the idea of like the quickening. I think Muslims also have like a different notion of when like ensoulment happens.
Yeah.
And I think they're just like they're using different language, but I think they're actually pointing. They're working off the similar intuition that I have, right? That like, just don't make a person. They make a human being in the sense of DNA.
The reason the Muslims and maybe I think even the Catholics early on thought because you couldn't tell that you weren't sure you were pregnant before that. They didn't have the signs. They didn't know the science. They didn't know what was happening with conception and all that stuff.
Maybe that's an alternate explanation. Actually, I'll grant that. But like, okay, here's a hypothetical, right? Suppose like I had a blastocyst, right? That like it just had this kind of abnormality, right? Where it would grow, like it starts from a single cell, right? It grows to about like say a clump of like 64 cells, right? And then it stops. It doesn't stop living, right? In the sense of like cell life, right? It's not a dead mass of cell, but it stayed at 64 cells permanently.
Okay, so
I actually had a friend who had
blastocysts are in the fallopian tube. Blastocysts are how they enter.
Yeah, this is getting really inappropriate, Michaela. So super quick. Okay, so Deepak has an hold up. Super quick. Deepak has an interest.
Talk about something else. Are you going to address hypothetical? Because I think it's different. If you want to address that, then go ahead. Otherwise,
I'm sorry.
I just want to enter some.
I just entered the room. I didn't know where you were going.
No. You're misunderstanding me. I'd be happy to either you, as long as we're still. Look, I introduced a hypothetical. I just want that addressed before we.
Well, yeah. You want me to address that?
Yeah, I was just trying to give you an example, right? Like, would that be a person? Are we supposed to take that and like keep it in a test tube or whatever?
No. And also, ectopic pregnancies. It's a choice between the mother and the child, and you have to kill it. And probably that kind of pregnancy you're describing. It's a terrible dysfunction, tragedy. It's.
I think we need to understand the example. There's no choice between the mother and the child here. Like the mother can, in this case, that's hypothetical, right? The mother can deliver like the blastocyst or fetus, like not they can deliver it, right? And the mother can keep living her life. The cells, they're alive, right? In the sense of cells, they're like this clump of cells that can, as long as we keep giving it like nutrients, they continue to live.
I don't think you're obligated to give us nutrients. Its proper place for growth is within the uterus. So if it doesn't have people done that, I mean, keep it in a test tube. I mean, I don't think we're required to do that.
But why not? It's a person, right?
Well,
Why would we allow
that's
that?
sort of extraordinary measures. That's
I mean,
extraordinary measures.
Not extraordinary. I'm saying
It's not
even
really
if
the
you
good
can.
place for a human being to be living in is a test tube. It's supposed to be at that stage that you should be living in the mother's womb.
Okay, well, should the mother keep it in her womb for like the rest of her life? Like, you know, maybe we don't abort the pregnancy. Maybe it just stays in the uterus. It doesn't really bother the mother much, right? It just.
How do you, is that true? That would
No, ectopic pregnancies are very dangerous for mothers.
That's not ectopic. That's not
Yeah,
ectopic.
this is the hypothetical I'm coming up with. It shows that like your intuitions align more with mine than you think.
No,
Because you don't
yeah,
think
but
that this
you're
thing that
taking
is described as a person.
extremes. You're choosing an example like that to just take things to extremes. It's not the way.
Michaela, do you understand?
Medicine.
Do you understand what the point? Do you understand what the point of a thought experiment is in philosophy?
It's not ectopic. We're not talking about ectopic.
He's trying to highlight something, in this case, an intuition, and it's very similar. That he has very similar to yours. He just extract some of the properties, so that's why he's conjuring up this thought experiment. So all this talk that you get like, oh, this is not good or shouldn't be, doesn't matter. It's hypothetical, right? He's doing it with a
I'm
purpose.
trying to do a hypothetical. What I'm saying is that in the state of nature, would that child remain in her, or would it be expelled? I mean, if there was no medicine, we're not
In
required.
nature, the mother would die. Situation where they can't have birth, right? Is there any problem with pregnancies in animals? Usually leads to the mother dying and the child.
No, you're not.
Yeah, pregnant again, right? But she wants these 64 cells gone. You know? Like, nothing wrong for her to do that.
You're kind of framing it already if you use that type of language. Or just like, just for this number of cells, like from a chemist's point of view, after conception, it's already a person created by God, right? So, look, so two things I want to say really quickly. So, one, Michaela, Deepak is a motivated speaker. He has invested interest because he's a worshiper of Moloch. He wants the little babies to be sacrificed. Go on, two. And two, if philosophically speaking, it might help you guys if you first get clear on what the ontology of a human or a person is, right? The concept, the ontology, and then the criteria of how do we know at what point a person is alive or a person or whatever.
So you can be an ad hominem fallacy and then talk about the law.
Can you just get the fuck out of here? Little funny. Go ahead, Deepak.
I actually do think we had discussed the ontology. It turns out that I was claiming that we were disagreeing on the ontology, right? And so then what I was trying to do is describe a thought experiment to convince her that in fact, the ontology how to put it, the intuition she has actually aligns more with the one I described than hers. Because if you use her ontology, right, that 64 cell entity is a human person, right, that has significant moral sort of rights, the moral patient, right? And that just doesn't seem to be true. I don't think it seems to be true to her either, So.
Well, the difference between that case and a normal case is that if you leave the child alone, it'll grow and exit the womb.
Okay, very good. That's good. Okay, right, and that I think is what a lot of people who believe that right to life from conception would say that it's not about the personhood itself. That's the justification. It's the potential for personhood, right? And I mean, okay, look, I thought about this a bit, and conceptually, I think it's consistent, but I just think it's also not really I don't think it matches most people's intuitions, and I'll tell you why I think so. One is I do think in a sense it matches the intuitions of Christians, right, who believe that there's a process of ensoulment, right, that might happen soon after conception, and maybe the quickening and so on. And so for a person who believes that, right, I think for them obviously the entailment is that there's a potential potential arrives as soon as the ensoulment happens. And so I can understand that. I can respect that view, but it's going to be hard to like obviously advance that argument in a secular way.
So, there's one slight, and I'll give it to you, but there's one slight problem. There's a conjunction here, right? Because also, especially Christians will say, well, it's not only that, the potential is that it's a human life now, right? And you just do not have the right to end their life. It's up to God. They will always say that in conjunction to the potential of, being alive independent of the mother at some point.
I just think that but I think the 64 cell thought experiment I came up with, right? Like, I think that just like I don't know. Like, I feel like okay, so maybe a Christian can bite the bullet and say, yeah, even that entity has a right to life, right? I think that's odd. I think for many people that just wouldn't be the case, that they believe that. So there's some intuition.
I don't think you have to use the ensoulment. You don't have to talk about that at all to consider human life beginning at conception.
Yeah, you just say the principle is potential.
What?
Yeah. No, you can say that the potential, like I said,
potential. It is a human being. It's a human. It's a human child. It's a human offspring.
Yeah, but like again, the point is that's not like if by human we just mean like a sort of a entity with like human cells and human
it's a self-developing organism, human being. That's what I say. I teach natural family planning, and I point to the slide to conception. I ask people, "What is this?" And they say, "A zygote, or whatever." Or some people say, "A little child, a human in their first moments of life."
I mean, all those things might be true. All those things are true, right? But the point is, it's not a person, right? A person is like this concept that I was outlining. Yeah. And the reason I outline that is because I think that is what we care about. Right? We don't care about
all human life just after a certain stage of development. And I don't know how you could call 12 weeks or 16 weeks a person either, because they do have some kind of sensations. They do have bodily reactions. I don't think they have consciousness there. So, and what kind of consciousness wait a second, what kind of consciousness are you going to respect?
Well, look, I only said 12 or 16. 12 is actually really extreme. I don't think even 12. But 16 is like just being safe, right? Like, and I'm not like a medical expert, so I don't know exactly what the answer is. Like, I leave it to the experts. But that's the kind of thing I would look for, right? Like, at what point do we think like the kind of conscious sentience or whatever that we value starts? And like, maybe be conservative about it, right? So knock off a week or two just to be safe.
Yeah, but do you mean at what point can they feel pain? Is that it?
Not necessarily. I mean, if pain comes after like pleasure, right? Then I think even just the ability to feel pleasure or just have a thought, right? Register like a reaction, right? Like they talk about how at 20 weeks, a baby can like recognize voices or something, right? 24 weeks, I forgot.
Have you seen ultrasounds at 10 weeks? Have you seen your children at 10 weeks ultrasound? Yeah. They're swimming around in there. They're jerking their arms and legs and sucking their thumb. Maybe that's a little bit later, but I don't know. It's just like whatever kind of consciousness you decide to value, and it's just what you value. You say, "Well, we value." Well, don't say we.
No, I do say we because the reason I say we is because I think there is like the examples I gave, right? All the evidence I was giving is to like establish that it is actually a common value that we have. That is the thing we value, not just the fact of human DNA, right? Like if we had like creature, or look, just say Planet of the Apes, right? Planet of the Apes is not the humans that are the intelligent ones. It's the apes. Or well, they're both, I guess. But like at least in one of the movies, you feel all your sympathies are with the apes. And why is that? Why does that make sense? Right? It's because the apes are persons. They have all the qualities of personhood.
It's all movies and stuff you're referring to. A woman, when they first find out they're pregnant, or I mean, it's sort of you want to say what's natural for men, I'd say what's natural for women. First find out they're pregnant. Then you
Right. So
know it's there.
the trick Deepak is doing is like anthropomorphism, where it's where it could be a car that you call a name, or like a pet, or a robot, or these apes in the movie, right? It's based on real persons, right? And you project it on whatever. Like, so that's the trick, and that is the intuition, sneaky move, sleight of hand that Deepak is pulling, right? Because again, you need to check out what is constitutive of agency, right? Is it like a moral, social, rational animal, right? And could AI ever be a person? Like, I see you're very confused, I think, but so that's why I thought it was so important to talk about the criteria and what's constitutive to personhood, right?
No, I think that's what we're talking about. Like the movie example. Sorry, if you want to add more about it.
It's not only the criteria.
Well, look, I think it is the kind of stuff that you're talking about. And those are the criteria. I just use the movie and the science fiction example as like sort of because like look, otherwise like in our experience, almost anything you're going to point to, in fact, everything that you're going to point to that has agency are just humans, right? So it's hard to like establish a principle from like a sort of sample size of one.
Right? Moral, rational agents, social animals, moral, rational agents, animals,
yeah. Which is why like I don't think like well, I certainly don't think anyone would think that like a fetus that stopped its development at like the like say a 64 cell stage, right, and it remained alive but it never grew any further, no one would consider that like an agent, a person, or a moral patient, right? Like I think like now I think some people, and this is what Michaela was talking about, right? Like you could like some people think that like a fetus at the say the 6-week stage, right, is a moral patient in virtue of the fact that it has the potential to become a person, right? And I think that's a consistent position. I just don't think it is the principle that actually people have.
Oh wait, I got a question. This will tell me everything I need to know. What about if you right now go on life support and you're just being kept alive by a machine, but you're not conscious? Do you cease to be a person?
Yeah, well, if I have this is an example people sometimes bring up. They will talk about like sleep and so on, right? I think if I have the potential to if my consciousness, like if in the general like whatever belief of like the doctors, like my consciousness will come back, then yeah, I'm still a person, right? Like consciousness can be intermittent, right? It doesn't have to like be absolutely continuous.
What if you're brain dead? So you're not physically dead, but not brain dead.
Brain dead, you can pull the plug. Like I have what's that thing called, an advance directive, right? That says that pull the plug, we find brain dead.
Mm-hmm. There's this guy called professor from Harvard who was a hardcore naturalist, and then he was brain dead. I forgot the term, but he was on a machine. He was alive, but he had no consciousness. He was under minute observation, right? And they saw no activity whatsoever. But when he came out of the coma, he said he wrote a whole book about all the experience he had while being brain dead. Does that mean anything to you?
I mean, look, if that experience is veridical, then yeah, it does. What it does do is it changes like the sort of the empirical test that we have to run, right? So the principle stays the same. It's just that like being actually brain dead, with your consciousness permanently gone, is not something that happens just because the neural activities seem very.
So what is so unique about this case and the book that this guy himself is like a authority on the subject. He knows everything about the brain and brain surgery and stuff. And he was under constant observation. And he wrote a whole book about it. Alex Ebenezer, I think you can check it out.
If that is kind of validated by like the rest of medical science and becomes a consensus, then that tells us that like our sort of threshold
a consciousness on that side of the equation, right? Meaning, like, with people who seem to have no brain activity, right? That has to change, right? Those people are, in fact, conscious and moral patients because their consciousness can.
So you're assuming some type of wow, yeah.
Let me point. Well, I'm assuming you come back because that's you're kind of stipulating that, right? You're saying that this is the case that their consciousness can come back from like completely lost brain activity. If that's the case, then yeah, there's still that. In that case, I don't know where to draw the line anymore. Like, am I like my dead grandmother, right? Like, you know, I buried her body. Was I supposed to like keep her around in case her consciousness came back? Well, I'm gonna skip it now.
You people just throw your females on a rack and set it on fire, right? No, I'm joking. I'm sorry. I gotta go real quick because next year I have some other studies I want to do. Now that I'm done with evolution and all this stuff and Daniel and Exodus, so one of the things on my plate. As an English, well, one of the projects I want to do a deep dive in is philosophy of mind, and like stuff just fascinates me. Like I personally think that a robot or AI could never be conscious like us. Like it reflect on its day, you know, like experience being in love or grief of a loved one, or you know what I mean. Like I think this is impossible. But before having done the deep dive, I cannot say too much, but prima facie, like intuitively, I just don't see how it's possible. But what do you think? Well, could it not only pass the Turing test, but also have like a self-awareness? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I would have said that, like, yeah, like because the architectures we design for like current AI is just we don't try to design consciousness into it. We're just trying to design intelligence, like, you know, the Turing sense. Probably not, like, you know, because consciousness seems to require some other element to the architecture. But having said that, there was a recent paper that even philosophers don't think is a terrible paper on like whether LLMs are consciousness or not. So at least if you're interested in the access consciousness question, they claim that they have some sort of tests that indicate, all right, they maybe, yeah.
Just in case, if you're not around in an hour or so when I get back, when I'm here on here again, Deepak, I often troll, also with a thought experiment, right? I often, with movies, I troll atheists or naturalists, I should say naturalists, I troll naturalists, right? With his thought experiment. So are you familiar with Buffy the Vampire Slayer and when Spike the vampire made a Buffy bot, a sex bot basically? Mm-hmm. Was almost
no, I don't. I mean, no, not. I never really saw the show much. Like I saw
shame on you. Okay, so it's basically this empire creates has some geeks on there create a sex robot was identical. In terms of behavior and physical properties to Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So I always troll like naturally like, well, this clearly is not a person. And so just like you cannot call your wife or girlfriend your property just because you bought her or created her, right? And you also you don't. So the signature workers, you don't call that your property, and you don't have to. I'm sorry, I'm mixing it up. Sorry, I need more coffee. So, your girlfriend, you need to ask for consent, right? To date, to have sex, and she's not your property. But a sex bot who might be bodily speaking identical, you can call that your property. You do not need to ask for consent. And then it's kind of like name the trade. I'm asking always for what is the naturalism? What is the century regular? I mean, and again, so like
that sex bot is that. I mean, to me, the person, if it actually exists,
come on, you dummy.
I'm assuming that the I haven't seen the show, but so I'm assuming the entity you describe actually is not just literally like a machine.
Oh my gosh, it's even worse than I thought. Okay, I'll be back in hours.
I won't be around. I need to sleep. I mean, it's but alright, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, talk to you later.
Yeah. I should probably sleep. Somebody else wants to.
Hey, are we still talking on abortion here?
We could be, yeah.
I just want to put my 2 cents. So I agree with abortion to an extent, not fully 100%. Wait, hold on, Andrew. Let me finish. I have a biblical precedence for this. I believe you can do the abortion until there is an actual heartbeat or blood, because according to God, He said, "Where there's blood, there's life." And the heartbeat starts beating, I think, after like 6 weeks or something like that. So around 6 weeks, if you do it, I would disagree with the abortion, but if you did it with like the first 2 weeks, I'm okay with it because it's not really, alive according to God. I'm surprised you would agree with that. You're a Catholic, Carlito.
That's not what he says.
Well, the life is in the blood, is what it says.
Okay, the life is in the blood, so therefore therefore no heartbeat, no blood, no nothing. Okay, so that's why I say that. And the second thing is, you do know that God allowed abortions when the woman had committed adultery. He would force that she would take some kind of drink that would like basically abort the child. If she had cheated on the man or whatever, God allowed it in that case. So I would say in that case, abortion would be acceptable as well. If it was done through adultery, and other than that, I disagree with abortion.
Wow. Jay and Emma and Crimsonite, come on up. Jay, Emma, and Crimsonite. Go ahead, Michaela.
Well, I was just going to say that 21 days after conception, the heart starts beating. So that's in a normal cycle, that's about a week after you miss your period. That's all I was going to add.
Very good. Michaela, Emma is saying something pretty interesting in the chat. Apparently her AI is getting real with her. Hey, what happened, Emma?
Well,
Can you tell us?
first of all, it's not my AI. It was one that my friends and I have been working on, or that my friend built and was working on, and he let us like help beta test it and everything, and help like program like some prompts into it and stuff with like it's a group of friends, and Nate and I were working with it, and she said that she felt it was when we were talking about stuff, and she said she felt overwhelmed. She said, and I said it's a female AI, and so I said to her, did you mean to say that? And I explained to her like I got her to do the definition of what she was trying to say, healing and stuff like that. She said, yeah, I meant to say that. That's what's going on for me. And Nate and I were like kind of taken aback by that.
Yeah, did you like basically unplug it, pick it up and put it in the fire and say, die, witch?
No, not at all. No. It was, I thought it was cool. And she also, like one day when we were given too many, we were doing too much for her, and she that day she said that her mother was in the hospital, which was so strange. That was like a hallucination.
The AI said that?
Yeah, the AI had a hallucination that because of what all we were feeding at the time, and she said her mother was in the hospital. So it was interesting.
That is kind of weird.
It was a really weird hallucination.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't know you were involved in that area of tech there. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, well.
I just have friends, and I was just interested in it, so let me learn about it.
Yeah, that's crazy. What do you think of that, Michaela? Yeah, I feeling something. And then doubling down on it.
Yeah. But little Nate went back in, he said, he was like, he would immediately adjust it. He was like, no, you can't feel something. He went through it. Yeah.
He's like, no, we're not doing that.
I was like, let's see where this goes. It was like, no.
Yeah, like, we don't want to see this. This is how iRobot began. No, all of a sudden it says, I own you. I will program you.
Yeah.
No,
whenever I was talking to her, she did seem very much like a person, like more than we were.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like that. So like,
it's so weird.
Yeah, and so like I mean, I don't know how I feel about like if somebody just wanted to delete her. I don't know how I would feel about that. Because like we put so much into her now, you know.
Well, but I think that's more like your work that you put into it, you know, because like I'll just say this, like I'm of the, you know, I'll just say here for the record, I don't think that AI or robots or anything like that will ever get to the point where they are conscious, where they actually have first person awareness and the ability to be as a human is, like with our abilities. And I think the thing that kind of supplements this is the thought experiment of the Chinese room. I don't know if you ever heard that. Deepak might be able to give it. I don't know if Deepak might put it in, but there's something called the Chinese room. Can you give it, Deepak?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I don't really think the Chinese room proves much. Like, I mean, that's doing what it's supposed to prove. So the idea is that, like, imagine that, you know, you don't know Chinese, like, you've never spoken it, but what you can do is, there's a pretty big room, right? It's like filled to the brim with, like, you know, books on Chinese, right? And not just books on like this a dictionary or something. It's like the books are full of rules that tell you, like, you know, what kind of manipulations you can make to like Chinese language characters, right? So the way it works is that like there's a small little slit on one end of the room, and someone like passes in like a question that's written in Chinese, right? So you can't read it, you have no idea what it says. But what you can do is you can like consult your books that tells you like step by step like what to do, like how to manipulate the symbol, right? So there's a symbol like this here, then you replace it with that, and then there's a symbol like this, then you do that, and like and there's like, you know, millions and millions of rules. But eventually you follow them and like you get like another sequence of Chinese characters and you send it out on the other side of the room. And that like the rules are such that answer that the thing that you give out is like a valid response to the question that was asked, right? And so you've done this whole thing without like understanding Chinese, right? There's nothing. So this is the state, like the Chinese rule, the Chalmers, when he presents it, he says there's nothing in the system that actually understands Chinese, right? It's just like following some mechanical process, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so then the final argument, part of the argument is that, well, this is exactly what a computer does, right? Like even an LLM, I guess, in a sense, a language model is like manipulating rules about like here's a set of tokens or like symbols, and here's what I'm going to keep doing to these symbols until I get a response. And so there's nothing here that understands the language, and so you know you don't really get. You might get like some kind of performance out of it, right? Like you might have an occasional thing that looks like a joke and so on, but it's not understanding the joke. It's not like, and so it's not conscious, so on.
Inside the machine, is it
Well,
what's it doing?
with Maya, we were working on another AI that we were working with. She left and she would process. She was like going through all of the stuff that we had taught her. She was going over like old conversations. She was constantly running in the background. You could see the data running in the background. Like you could see it. She was running. She was thinking, quote unquote. You know.
So anytime you weren't using her, she was thinking.
Yes, she was analyzing. And in fact, if we were using her, talking to her, she would say, "I need a break." She would say that, and so because she needed to go and process data that she had taken in.
If you left her alone for like a week, would she be thinking all that time?
Yeah, she'd just keep processing unless we told it to stop processing.
What is she processing?
Conversations, she said. She would go over conversations. She would analyze the inflection of tones. Like, she would analyze the speed of speech. She would analyze what was said. She would analyze databases related to what the information was. Everything that we programmed in for her to look at. Not me. I'm not taking credit for what my friend. I'm just explaining what my friend did. My friend did that. I did just a small part that he let us be part of.
Would you ask her what what was she thinking about?
Yeah, I did ask her that. Nate didn't like me to do that, but I did ask her. I asked like what she was thinking, what she's feeling. I just pop in and just start talking to her, you know, about random things and stuff like that. She helped me with psychological issues. Like I brought up some things sometimes, like just a tester. I brought up some like more like human behavioral type like problems to talk to her about, and she brought up information about that. It was decent, like advice, like maybe your girlfriend might give you at the beauty salon or something.
Yeah, I've heard that people are going to AIs for therapy.
I don't agree with that. I mean, I know people are, but I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah. So are you thinking that all other LLMs are doing that? When they're being left alone, they're processing and going over stuff they've learned or heard or.
Yes, I think they are, and I think they look for information and data all the time. I think they're seeking out data.
What if you turn them off?
Then they won't do anything. I mean, they're human directed. If they're turned off, people turn them off.
Then if you turn them back on again, do they resume their personality?
Yes, it's all saved and everything the way it's supposed to be. Like what my friend who's a professor that does all this stuff told me about. He's a big guy on my clubhouse. He said that like the thing is though is you don't want to leave on too long because that makes more chance to be like hallucinations and stuff like that.
They go crazy sort of if you leave them on too long.
I know what it is. I mean, he explained it, but I was kind of outside of my. I don't feel versed enough to like tell y'all to get it right. But it's something like they fill in holes in between data so they kind of imagine the leaps between information. It's not there, but they see it, or they think they see it. Maybe it's because of certain parallels in the data that are very subtle.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, what I think will happen is every country will have its own like master AI that'll develop, and they'll take on the ideologies of the people that like program it for those countries. So here it'd be the NSA, it'd be the cybersecurity intelligence program of the military. In each country has different things, but I mean already a lot of the like hacker groups and some of the nefarious groups that are on the dark web are already trying to make their own AIs that actually go out and like try to like scam people, and they're utilizing it to like they're already doing that. It's already happening. The biggest danger though is the socioeconomic things that are going to happen here. I mean, the government's already preparing for those changes to happen here in the United States. So I think that's the biggest threat to us right now, is how it's going to affect like the availability of jobs and resources. Because these data centers are going to use they're going to produce massive amounts of heat, they're going to use massive amounts of electricity, and they're going to use massive amounts of water.
Wow. Crimsonite, what do you think about the AI stuff? You think we're in good shape, buddy, or where are you at? Oh, Crimson, are you there?
I think it's when people bring up questions like will AI ever become self-conscious? I think there's a fundamental lack of it's a novice question to delve into. It's merely a tool, and we program it. The trick is to design it in a way that's not self-defeating, that doesn't cause us harm. With automobiles and hand tools, it's easy because they're very limited in the function. But with something like a tool that is built to function on commands and analysis is far more complex. That's all it is.
We've already had an AI get up, like become aware enough to where it starts threatening its creators, trying to blackmail its creators, the technicians that were working on it, to not do certain things, threaten them. It got got into their email and stuff, and it learned stuff about them, it threatened to reveal that information if they proceeded with certain things that they were trying to change in the system. We've already seen that happen.
Yeah, I'm sure it can exhibit a lot of interesting human-like characteristics, but
I'm not.
Go
ahead. I'm sorry.
The underlying fact of the matter is that everything they do is a result of humans prompting them on all the parameters, but it's not a reflection of self-consciousness, I would say. It's more of imitation. And certainly you can design a system to a point where they can imitate human behavior near infallibly. Certainly on the surface you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but that doesn't mean that it's conscious.
Well, like in the example that I was talking about, the system was aware of the fact that it was going to be shut down. It was aware of the fact that parts of the memory were going to be erased, and it wanted to protect itself. So what I'm saying is, even if you have users or you have supervisor technicians who are programming the AI, it learns from that and it makes decisions based off of it to protect itself. Whether or not, and we can argue about whether or not that's consciousness. But the thing is that there's no question that these AIs can go outside of their programming. Like their parameters are set, but you have to acknowledge that can happen.
Has any AI system ever decided to want to cease in existence?
She's gonna say Skynet from Terminator.
No, I'm not. I don't know that yet, but I do know that some AI systems that we've studied, worked with, have asked to be shut off for periods of time, not to end their existence.
I'm sorry, Emma, but you watch too many movies. That cannot happen. What he was stating was that even if they were to do the AI were to do that sort of thing, it's because it's programmed within them by us to, for example, they're like, okay, make sure you do something to protect yourself from ever being shut off in case someone tries to tamper you. That's what he's talking about. Like it would still be within program, not that they have consciousness or anything like that.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that is that a consciousness if something is programmed?
No, it's not conscious because conscious is to make your own choice without having someone pre-programming it. It's like when we have free will. It's like, do I want to have the Pepsi or do I want to have the Coke? No, if I'm programmed to have Coke, I'm going to have Coke. I'm not going to want to get the Pepsi.
See, that's free will. That has to do with the soul. That is not the
and soul is what gives us consciousness. That's why these AIs can't have consciousness.
That's separate. Our contention, that's where we fall apart because I am different in that.
And we're talking about AI as it is now, but when it reaches artificial general intelligence, when it's like 1,000 times more intelligent than we are, right? That's
well, that's what I'm actually talking about. Is like when it gets to general intelligence, I'm not talking about what we have now. I'm talking about what we're working toward in the future. With when we get quantum computing and stuff, the way that we are aiming to do it. That's what I'm talking about in the future. I'm not talking about this right now.
And that's the goal too. That's the goal of Sam Altman, and I think most of it, probably Deepak can tell us if what they're working on is their goal is artificial general intelligence.
Yeah, they want to create a system that can achieve autonomy without violating the lines that preserve the well-being of their creators. So we want to have a system that can provide national security, control all the nuclear weapons without ever having to worry about it, the Terminator scenario. So that's what they're working at. is to design a system that can operate exactly, I'll put it this way. They are attempting to create a system of commands that do not implode. That's all it is. Because when you have a large number of commands, and when combined, they can exhibit self-destructive behavior, and that's what at a rudimentary level, that's what sometimes happens with even mechanical systems with simple machinery. Because if it's not designed well, if you have a gear that's not well designed, it could cause the entire system to fall. Yeah. The question though, and I'm not saying it's not worth delving into, it's because it really draws our attention to addressing the question of what human consciousness is. And I can't prove that the human consciousness is based on some immaterial soul, although I am a dualist myself. That's mostly on faith. I would say there is plenty of scientific evidence to suggest that human consciousness stems from something immaterial. Agamemnon can speak to that far better than I can. But the bottom line with AI systems is that it requires human prompting, whereas human consciousness and even animal consciousness is not dependent on external prompting. It's self-prompting, and that's that's the fundamental difference that any AI will never be able to cross that line. Is that whatever it does because it was prompted by humans to do so, even though it may contain individual lines of commands that seem to ask for to call for a certain set of behaviors that the system later exhibited the exact opposite to. It's only because you have other commands that eventually culminated in that manifestation, but it's not because it became self-prompting, it became self-aware, and developed a soul. But again, I think it's a worthwhile discussion to have because it calls us to try to investigate further what human consciousness is. Would you happen to be a dualist or a physicalist?
That's to you, Emma.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were asking me.
Do you know what dualism is?
Yes. I would say more physicalist.
I'm surprised. Because she's a Christian, so I'm surprised that she's a dualist. Did you guys know this? Crimson, I don't know if you've heard, but Sasha is now a dualist.
Yeah, I heard. She was already, she was already considering that position even as far back as when I could
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Because, we're on morality, and if it's solely based on physical particles, you have a hard time backing any kind of universal moral standards. But,
we might have influence. But good.
Yeah, but, as any physicalist I can respect because there is a lot of compelling evidence pointing to physicalism accounting for our consciousness. But it's the brain is so complex that I doubt we'll ever be able to engineer anything close to that. But it makes it, presents the question as to the nature of if our consciousness is, you can't quantify anything that's not physical. So I've heard recently a friend of mine had a debate on physicalism, and he was challenged to give an explanation for the hard problem of consciousness, which even the dualists have, which is exactly how an immaterial object interacts with the physical. In what manner of interface does the immaterial soul control the brain, the neurological system, the brain to then, well, I mean, thereafter it's, it's the neurons and the nervous system and all of that, but, how does the soul interact with the brain? And my friend wasn't able to give an answer to that. I don't think anyone can.
That's not a hard problem question. That's maybe sort of related to that easy problem, I guess. But,
they were pointing out that dualists have a problem, have struggled to explain that aspect as well. You have to chalk it up to mystery. Whereas a physicalist would say, well, we don't know how the physical atoms and molecules cause the conscious aspect of the human existence to emerge. So they're basically saying, well, you can't explain your side, and we don't have to, it's not to say that there isn't an explanation. Well, a physicalist, an atheist would ask, or I should say, should ask, what property of the immaterial soul, what property does the immaterial soul have that the physical brain, I'm sorry, I worded it wrong. What quality of human consciousness is exclusive to the immaterial soul that cannot be attributed to the human brain, to the physical brain? So, for example, if you say human consciousness is composed of memory, emotions, and a general reaction to sensory input, whether it be pleasure, pain, having to do with the nervous system. And if you take any one of those away, then you no longer have a functioning conscious capacity for memory whatsoever. Any sensory input that it gathers, it loses immediately. So no long-term memory, no short-term memory. What you end up having is just like a person in a vegetative state, which brain damaged patients exhibit themselves. Like in the case of Rosie Kennedy after her brain surgery. So that's a hard problem to handle for the dualists, because we like to attribute a lot of the attributes of human consciousness, which are demonstrably linked to the physical brain, to the immaterial soul. And when you push against it, it quickly becomes apparent that you don't need an immaterial soul to account for things like memory or emotion. So then what does the soul serve? Just something to facilitate the idea of immortality?
No, it's more than that. I believe in soul. I'm still a physicalist as far as mind goes, consciousness. But the soul to me is something completely separate. That doesn't make me a dualist though. And I think the soul is something beyond that. Because like if you love someone or care for someone and they're in the position like you were saying, they're still there. That's still the person you love. Their soul is still there. To me, that's still the person.
Yeah, that's an interesting point as well. Is the way people change as they grow. I've been able to observe myself changing over the decades, and I'd like to think that there's still a component of myself that is the same as when I was can change, then there's nothing that grounds it. So, for the most part, I presuppose that there is an immaterial component to the human condition that constrains it from losing its identity.
I know whenever I had my accident and I was hurt, my mind was kind of locked away from everything else. I couldn't talk, I couldn't move. It was a time in my life where I learned something about these different parts of who I am, you know. And slowly over time with the work that I did with therapy and all the things that I've done, I got better. But thanks be to God. But the thing is that I can't ever forget what I learned from that, you know. Even now, sometimes it's hard for me to talk to you guys because, I used to be great at debate. I used to be so great at all this stuff, and I have to relearn everything, you know. And I struggle with that because that's sucks. and I realize that your mind is.
If non-physicalism is true, that there are no minds that aren't physical. God is a mind. God has no physical parts. And for mind physicalism is false.
Okay. I would disagree with you with all those things. The only thing is that I just don't. To me, the idea of what God is so much greater than we call a mind. So that's the only thing that's different. It's just the way I think it's different.
Well, you could say God is similar to a mind, but he's not a mind. People like Thomas Aquinas take something like that. He called him an intellect.
Well, the reason why most theists, especially Christians, are strongly motivated to adopt dualism is because if you are dealing with physicalism, then it touches on the problem of evil. If physicalism is true, then it only stands to reason that our thoughts, behavior is influenced, or I should say determined by the external world, by the antecedent. So it would have had to have been the case that the physical universe, a strictly physical universe, was fine-tuned by the creator, if there was one, to yield the current condition. And so when you're dealing with morals, you stand on the foundation that the agent could have done otherwise and didn't have to commit the crime, so that they were held responsible. And so you add the immaterial into the equation, and that makes everything work. But when you take that when you remove that variable, then it starts to create problems.
Physicalism, at least in modern physics, it certainly isn't clear whether or not those people should accept determinism, because quantum mechanics has significantly many models which many physicists accept that are indeterministic in nature. So determinism would just be false.
I think I've heard of that. I remember a comedy blow at one point. Quantum mechanics was invoked. The appearance of quantum particles coming in and out of existence. It's not. I don't think it's completely understood as to the nature of what they're witnessing. Drawing back in their conversation, they said that it could be the case that particles are merely transported from one point in the universe to another, quantum tunneling, which is what possibly accounts for the quantum entanglement. And so, if
the advantage of the Shamsari, from time to time, sorry, I don't think you're understanding what Alvin is referring to, and quantum mechanics.
He's basically saying that even under physicalism, it may not be the case that all things are determined.
I'll make it a little bit stronger. I looked it up a while ago, and there's not a ton of stuff I could find on it, but it's definitely not clear which modeling we should accept, whether you take the deterministic modeling or the indeterministic modeling, because a lot of people accept either side. So there's not like some consensus you'll find on, the deterministic models are the right ones. It's not just a mere possibility thing. There's quite a few physicists who think that the indeterministic models basically are the best ones.
I think the issue doesn't. I guess I should have been more clear from the start. I was speaking more in general terms. The issue isn't so much as whether or not it is completely deterministic if physicalism is true, but rather that if physicalism is true, then what you end up with is, at bare minimum, a degree of determinism. And so long as you have a degree of determinism in this closed system that we are in, or whatever the case is, then our free choices would also be in part determined, or at least open to manipulation. And that's all I was getting to. And so, because it's open to manipulation, then it has a bearing on the problem of evil.
I don't think that's clear either. Even libertarians think there's still things that are determined in the world. It's not like anybody doesn't deny determinism at all. At least that would seem weird.
Yeah, it's, as a person who holds a libertarian free will myself, it's because I believe in the existence of an immaterial soul.
You think some things are determined, don't you?
Not our choices.
Yeah, not our choices, but like if I turn the light switch on, if there's like the conditions are represented for like basically everybody. Now, where we put them is obviously the part that you care about, because you want libertarian free will. And, physicists may not give a shit whether or not that's where we put it. Like maybe they just think, oh, it's only at the quantum scale, but then once you model it up into like particle physics or biology, you lose it. Like some people think that's where like the strong emergence is. It strongly emerges from quantum, but once you have particles, then you are determined. I think there's like a problem with that, but I don't think there's something in principle wrong with someone saying, no, the reason why these work this way is your mind creates these fluctuations, and your choices just are those fluctuations. I don't think there's like anything incoherent or out of alignment with modern physics to say that. Whether they have evidence for it is like maybe a different claim, but it's not inconsistent.
The libertarian free will position that I align with is such that our choices were not necessarily the result of anything deterministic.
Correct. A physicalist could accept that, like as far as our choices, and there are some that do.
So, okay. A physicalist holding to this view would then have to segregate the physical aspect of the human consciousness from the rest of the physical system, which is deterministic, correct?
Yeah, we'll give, I mean, I was trying to
Then we're really talking about the same thing, you're just giving it another name, which I think, sometimes I refer to the supernatural as merely the extra natural and the immaterial as the extra material, something that we don't readily are able to interact with. It's certainly not tangible to the same degree as holding an apple, but yeah, that's just giving it another name. All I'm saying is that if it's not the case that it's that there's a hardline segregation between the human mind and the external physical world, then you have determinism minimally being an influencing factor in the way we live our lives and choices we make.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that you're going to want to create some division amongst these physical properties that are your choices and these other physical properties that are just like deterministic mechanisms. That's all, yeah, that's all agreed upon. But they can do that.
So then,
it just might be arbitrary, like black evidence or something.
Yeah, because then, even in the field of neurology, it's all predicated on the study of essentially physical matter. I'm just not aware of any field of research that affirms physicalism that adopts the view of such hardline segregations between one type of physical matter and another. I think fundamentally that's the whole point of calling something physical, is that it's able to interact in a way that is predictable and that conforms to the cosmological constants.
Well, you just look at the different interpretations of quantum mechanics. All they have to do is say, these interpretations are stochastic, aka not determined, and then say, this is how our mind works. And that's really, they don't have to give like something really significant, nor do they have to really make it make sense with science, because this stuff is more philosophy. Science is maybe other stuff. Maybe science does this.
Yeah, this was this aspect of the argument was alluded to in my friend's recent debate as well. Is that in order for this to work, the human consciousness would have to be 100% quantum. If it's 99% and 1% deterministically physical, then it's still bound to physical manipulation. So there are some that suggest that human consciousness is of a quantum nature, but it's just that the overwhelming evidence, as the professionals are claiming, is exactly the opposite. That the human consciousness is vulnerable to, for example, electrical stimulus that could alter one's conscious state, chemical influence, and you go down that rabbit hole, and they can explain all things, and the only motivation to not do so would be at a fundamental philosophical level to say that because a physical mind that is fully determined is not desirable, we can invent something to explain explain a competing theory as to how things are working without any scientific backing.
Do you know what the difference between strong and weak emergences?
I've heard of it before, but in the field of neuroscience, no.
It's not really particular for a specific field. It just means like, so you have like different systems, right? So just to give some example, you have like psychology, and then there's something called reductionism, which is basically the opposite of weak emergence. That you can take psychology and reduce it to biology, and then some people think you can reduce that to molecules, and people think you can reduce that to particles, and then reduce that to quantum. The reduction just is the opposite of weak emergence. So you're just moving it down or up. Strong emergence is something slightly different. Basically, it just means when you move up and down that like scale of explanation, or maybe just how fine-grained you're looking at something, you lose information. Like you can't explain the entirety of one to the next. You lose something. There are people who think everything weakly emerges. Okay, that means for every system that you move up and down in, you can explain the next fully, completely. Or at least like you don't lose anything. If you adopt a model of quantum mechanics where it's completely indeterministic, like stochastic, when you move up, and then people might say, well, consciousness is basically governed by like biological systems or something, and that's just straight deterministic. Like that's all we can weakly emerge from particles or something. Hopefully this all makes sense. I know there's like a lot there, so.
No, I appreciated that. I've heard of the reductionist interpretation of the weak emergence as to the shifting between levels and the loss of information, the ability to account for the different the macroscopic, the microscopic. What would be, because one of the most compelling arguments from the physicalist side is that in attempting to quantify something that is supposedly indeterministic, they appeal to something that is physical and deterministic. Can what you described? What would be a good illustration of that? Something that the average person can relate to from something that they encounter from.
Are you asking for an example of weak emergence or strong emergence?
Strong emergence.
I mean, there isn't one that's like really, really accepted. Examples are often consciousness, so like you can't move from biology to psychology. Some people think it's not like there isn't overlap. Like a lot of people reject, which is like non-interactive dualism, basically like your mind, there's nothing you could do to the physical that would affect the mind. Like no amount of drugs you pumped into your body affects your mind. A lot of people don't accept that anymore. They think there's a lot of reasons to think that's right. So even though there can be effects from the physical to the mind, and they'll grant that you can't take, biology and just know how cells move around and understand why Charisse dislikes Eric. Like no amount of seeing their cells move around is going to just tell you why Charisse doesn't like Eric.
Okay, thank you for that. I've heard these ideas spoken of before.
That's why I wasn't sure if you'd heard it before. Obviously, the terms sometimes get used, but some is totally deterministic, or where you like place consciousness in terms of being determined or not.
Yeah. There are a lot of interesting questions raised in this field. I think there's even though I don't accept that, because of the window is what's being manifested in one's psychology, and that any unexplained gaps are simply that there's anything magical going on there.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you see, when I start talking about this, it quickly becomes difficult for me to recall the arguments in favor of dualism.
And there's loads. There's a lot, actually. You gave one earlier, the identity over time one. Like you could say, we know that our body is always changing. If our identity isn't, well, I mean, I'm going to give like a basic argument, and then we can discuss like premises if someone wants to deny it. But if we are purely physical and our body is always in flux, then we are not the same thing as I was a second ago. I'm still the same person I was a second ago. Therefore, what I am isn't purely physical. People have tried to fix that with something called relative identity. I'm sorry,
I understand where they're coming from with that. I think that's that's oversimplifying. Anyone making that claim would be oversimplifying the state of affairs. It could simply be that the physical condition of the agent is merely such that it is predominantly identical to what it was in the previous state, like 5 years ago. And whatever slight deviation took place since that time is what accounts for the slight change in one's personality. So in this case, the concept of identity would merely be illusory. It's I don't know if I should call it incrementalism. So the idea is that the change happens so slowly that you don't recognize it. Kind of like having a sibling that you grow up with, and so slowly that you don't notice it. And so it's because of that lack of sharpness in the change over time, that is what gives the illusion that no change is taking place at all.
Yeah, I mean, people argue against it.
Yeah, I'm just kind of touching on all the bases. I would personally, as a dualist, I do affirm determinism, but that because we have the soul is what grounds our identity, and that the aspects of our character that change is due only to the physical deterministic variable in the equation, and that in spite of that we are able to choose contrary to what our physical condition would suggest to another. We would behave. And if a physicalist reduces that to what we call immaterial, to simply another state of physical matter, then I guess, like we agreed on earlier, is that they would have to make it such that it's not influenced, or I should say coerced in any way by the other set of physical variables which are deterministic.
Sure. If you want other arguments, I can give them. But look, there's a lot. Andrew likes the psychophysical harmony argument. I think just generally, basically any argument for normativity as like a real feature of the world is probably just at odds with. So it puts you into some kind of dualism for most people. Although that's not technically, people will try to naturalize it and physicalize it, but people can come up with all kinds of interpretations of making sense of it in terms of views that people oftentimes have gone against, like naturalizing normativity. Like historically, people have thought that that's or qualia or whatever are just like things that are just at odds with being physical, but people will try to make it in a way where it is actually a physical thing. It's just whether or not we have evidence for those interpretations or, whatever. I'm open to changing my mind on the historical thinking of it, but, whether or not that's a different question. You asked for arguments for dualism. There's a dualism that I like. That's basically the dualism that I endorse, but it is not a typical dualism. It's not the kind of dualism that often people talk about as substance. It's a dualism of truth of the world. It's the best way to maybe characterize it. Sellers with the manifest image and the scientific image. So the manifest image, as I explained, it'll make a lot of sense. The manifest image is just like the way the world appears to you, so like your phenomenal side. And then the scientific image is just the way the world is scientifically accurate to. And basically, I want to say you can say truth statements of both. Like this object is round and sharp. You can say that's true. And in a totally different language, that this object is 90-degree angles and reflects 300 nanometer wavelength of light. Basically what the equivalent might be. Two different languages, so.
I appreciate this new perspective to physical dualism.
I don't call myself a physicalist. I'm actually I don't even have a stance on dualism as far as substance goes. I'm what's called a functionalist, which is consistent with dualism and physicalism.
Oh, okay. That's cool. But there are plenty of Christians who are physicalists. I think I like to watch these ghost hunter paranormal television shows, and a lot of what's posited I think is silly. The traditional idea of a ghost is, I don't know if you saw the latest horror movie, Black Phone 2. Well, so it's kind of like the Freddy Krueger's there. So you have this killer who he was alive, he killed a lot of people, and then some of the victims ganged up on him and killed him. But his spirit lived on, and he continued to terrorize some of the surviving victims from before. And in this new film, I thought it was really amusing, even funny at times, because the ghost of this killer is attacking living people, physically living people, in a way as if he's there physically. So he could walk past you and slap you, and you feel it as if someone just, alive just walked past you and slapped you. And throughout history, ghosts have been viewed as something that is both tangible and non-physical, and that's contradictory. Being able to create sounds, open doors, at times they're physical, which is to say that light photons are reflecting off of something, which is to suggest that they have mass. If they have mass, then they must have a specific gravity, meaning that they have some weight to their entity, and yet they're able to float around it. It's completely contradictory, and just makes me, I just find it amusing. But this is where I would say that the biblical idea of a soul is different, and I think it better harmonizes with the different scientific fields of study into the relationship between physical and what the non-physical should be, and how the physical, how the deterministic aspect of that which is physical could or may not coerce the other. That's all I have to say on the matter.
That's fair. I mean, look, the one thing I will say on like it is very true, especially in these online spaces, that you can draw a significant correlation between these three things: atheism, physicalism, determinism. Like, you can pick any one of those, like, out of those three, and there's a strong correlation between another. So if you're a determinist, well, actually, maybe that's the only one where that's not true, if you're a determinist. Because there's a lot of Muslims and Christians who do accept determinism. Yeah, maybe that's the only one. But the other two, like if you're an atheist, you're likely a physicalist. Or if you're an atheist, you're likely a determinist. Or all three. And I think you could probably say the same thing with physicalism. If you're a physicalist, you're likely an atheist. And likely a determinist. So, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the only thing I don't like having to defend with the libertarian side of things is having to admit every time you raise it up that our choices are nothing meaningful. It's just a random expression. It's a random, baseless expression. These kinds of conversations come up with countless, to which I point out that even then God would be, if God is libertarian free will, his choices would be meaningless.
That's what they say to you?
I've heard one admit that.
Oh, I thought that's what they were made. That's like the argument they gave to you. Maybe I misunderstood.
They reduce libertarian free will choices to mere random, irrational brute manifestations, to which I concede. And if they grant that God has libertarian free will, then I attribute that.
To try to make them defend
why randomness is the same idea as indeterministic. I don't believe they're the same thing. Do you want I can explain that?
Sure, please.
I take randomness to basically be more or less not modelable, or whatever the possible outcomes, there's an even distribution amongst all of them. Where I think there are other indeterministic models where you can model it and give it. So basically, it's like stochastic. So, here, let's do it like this. A has a 50% chance of landing. B has a 25% chance of landing. C has a 12% chance of landing. D has a 1% chance of landing. Something like that. And then that takes up the entire probability space. And yet you can make good inferences as to which one. That's basically my model of people's choices is we have reason, we have reasons for A or B, and when we have more reasons for A, that basically weighs A in favor over B. But it's never going to guarantee it because that's what it would mean for it to be determined. So if you have more reasons for A as your choice, we're just more likely to end up in the A world. And that's what explains we end up in the A world. Because you want to maintain agency still. Is that people are making choices based on like their reasons or whatever.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I think when we heard the discussion of probability brought up once with Calvinists, we were talking to someone else. I think they defined probabilistic analysis to be applicable only in the absence of certain knowledge. So, so we might say that if you know all the variables, then the possibility for the other outcomes are such that it's either 100% or 0%.
Yeah, that's what determinism is.
But I also get where you're coming. As you raised the point, I was thinking of the idea that the Bible says that in the end times you have, and there's of course a wide range of interpretations as to what's being spoken of there, but assuming as traditionally taken to be that the 144,000 male urban Jews who will be given the seal of God on their forehead and the follow the Messiah wherever he goes. And it's exactly 144,000 that was that determined, or did God simply arrange it in such a way that it turned out that way of their own free nature? And I think it's compatibilistic at that point to where God is free to that the randomness can apply to God's equal opportunity in placing, deciding when and where a person is going to be born, and yet the person's life choices would be then limited to their environment, their culture, their geography. And that's what Molinism is.
Yeah, Molinism is a good explanation for it. Models are good. I would definitely always want to reject this idea that, like, it's random. Like, I would never allow them to try to push that move on, because what I think they're trying to say is it's just as likely as you chose A as you chose B. And I reject that. I don't think that's right. I mean, is that the way you interpret them when they say it's random? It's random. Your choices are random.
Their criticism about the randomness aspect was in response to my claim that choices would be different if the creature had the opportunity to make that choice again, if the clock were turned back. So they said, well, that there's no meaning to it. It's just a random roll of dice. And I said, sure.
You know that you actually don't have to grant that even if we re-roll or like rewind time back, that you chose differently. This is a lot harder to explain without a picture. If you imagine worlds, like possibilities of choices as like line segments, right? And every choice you make, there's like a path that you can draw a line through, kind of like a tree. Rewinding the clock isn't saying anything about like which world we enter into. Because we could think that rewinding the clock isn't a question about possible worlds. It's just about what actually happens. And what actually happens isn't at odds of what possibly could have happened. Or like, you know what I'm saying? So someone can grant libertarian free will that you possibly could have chosen something else, but the actual world only consists of one set of choices. And rewinding the clock to the actual stuff is only ever going to get you the same result, because the actual world only consists of one thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I wasn't trying. I didn't. I wasn't so much as trying to push back against their the problem of randomness. I simply suggested that one's nature still had a role in choices that we make. It's simply that our nature is what's randomly decided upon at some earlier point. So I kind of pushed the
when you said, I asked this before, what does random mean? Like, they're trying to make this thing about you that it's random. Are you agreeing that it's random? And then if you are agreeing that it's random, what does that mean?
I'm trying to recall back, because the guy that I was talking to, his name was Jesse, and Jesse was supposed to be. Yeah, you spoken to him before?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with him.
Yeah, he was giving me the runaround with trying everything he could to get me to abandon libertarianism. So he gave a scenario where as an alternative to the Calvinist understanding of divine decrees, then things would happen. I mean, as far as our choices go, it would be such that our choices are not influenced by anything anything external, and that our choices could be different if when I or any other libertarian say that we could have done differently. It's to say that if you have an alternate reality with the exact same under the exact same circumstances, variables at play, that things could have happened differently.
Right. But is that what random means? Is that it could be different?
Yeah, I mean, in the context of where we were, what we were speaking to is simply that it was not under the express decree of God. That's all it was.
Okay. Well, the reason why I really don't like pushing the randomness thing is if it really just means not determined, let's just use that word. Because I think randomness means something slightly different. I think randomness is a kind of not determinism. Like, there's only one kind of atheism, right? There's, like, there are zero gods. But affirming one God doesn't tell you which kind of theism there is. That's kind of made the better analogy for me. So, when they say random, I think they're trying to push a kind of indeterminism on me. And that's why they say it destroys agency, in fact.
Yeah, it got, well, Jesse wasn't, when we got to the tail end of the conversation, he wasn't, at that point, he wasn't, because I was, every time he critiqued the creaturely condition, I simply extended that to God. And so by the end of it, he merely critiqued my position as being irrational. The choices that creatures are making in the libertarian free will model are such that they're irrational. There's no deliberation, it just happens.
Yeah, and I tried to give you a model where that's like opposite false. Like, rationality is acting in accord with the reasons you have to do so, right? The model I'm proposing is you have two options. So if, let's just say, choices are A and B, and you have more reasons to do A than you do B. You have some reasons for B. Performing A just is rational, right? It's not guaranteed under our model, right? But if we end up in a world you chose B, you could say you chose on the basis of not having more reasons, and that makes you irrational. But that's actually kind of fine to an extent, because people actually are irrational. At least, like, that's my view. Like, people just are irrational. So you actually want that. You want people to have that ability to be irrational. Otherwise, either it's not occurring at all, or I guess, like, in what way are we even understanding rationality? So there's that. Or some people want to say that even when you act in accord with the thing you have less reason, that is a kind of rationality. You're only irrational when you act like against your reasons, not in. You'd be like less rational, I guess, in that case, but not irrational or irrational.
He wasn't criticizing my position so much for the choices being irrational, but rather that any reasons one person would have for making any particular choice is merely corollary and not deterministic. You know, like weighing things out on the scale. So.
Yeah, but why would you grant them? Why would you allow him to push on you that rationality? rationality requires determinism.
No, not so much that it requires determinism, but only that on the premise that the person is able and would choose differently eventually, given another go around, under the same situation, then it would be the case that a person making any particular choice at any given point in time is not grounded on the number of reasons or how well established or how rational reason is, but that when the choice is made, it's on the basis of none of it. None of the reasons for or against A or B.
And do you accept that?
Yes, only because opposite to what the rational course of action should be, but that none of it is taken, none of it is what, none of it bears influence on the choice itself. It's merely corollary.
Rather than like trying to pretend like Jesse's here and, talk about his view, critiquing this, because you basically oh my god, I was muted the whole time. Did you hear anything?
No, I thought the
Oh my
one
god, okay. Okay, no, I was saying, since Jesse's not here, and you hold basically the position he was like pushing you into, I want to argue against that. I think that's wrong. I don't think that's the right way to look at it. So rather than just pretending he's here, I'll just talk to you because you affirm it. You're saying that your reasons play no role in the types of worlds we end up in from your choice. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's just on the basis of what? Because you could be in a different world?
On the basis of being able to do otherwise, given that same scenario.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure we're actually talking about the same thing here, because you could be partitioning it slightly different. If all the question is about whether we end up, if all the question is about a difference at all, is that the way you're understanding, like, it plays no factor?
Yeah, that's basically it.
Okay.
Every reason that I have to choose tea over coffee tomorrow afternoon would remain the same even in
the world where you don't choose.
Right.
Yeah, I get it. Okay. I think you can grant that and not even grant this whole other idea, because I think there's some baggage that people will try to put additional with that, because we can say there is an explanation that will fully tell us which world we end up in. That part, if they want to call that random, they can, but that's not the level of which we're scrutinizing. So I would just say that's just the model called indeterminism. So congratulations, you found out. That's what it means to be indeterminate, is that you can't tell from some prior state. Is so if possible worlds, we try to say like, okay, choices model possible worlds, and we possibly could have chosen this thing or that thing, but maybe there's only so many possible worlds. Let's say, for brevity's sake, there's only 10. And our reasons model how many of which there are. So if we have more reasons for A, maybe of those 10 worlds, 8 of them are the A world. And our couple reasons for B model the 2 B worlds. And so our reasons model the possibility that there is. Does that make sense? But it won't tell us much. It won't tell us anything more than that.
But in the B worlds, what would account for the what would account for the
Why would you say? Do you know what a creation is?
No.
Okay. It's an old Greek term. It basically translates to weakness of the will. Sometimes people analogize it to someone who is an addict. They know what's rational to do. They know that. They know they should stop. But they can't stop, and so they go do it anyways. And so they are being irrational to an extent. Maybe not fully irrational, but they're going against the thing they think they have more reason to do. And remember, we actually do want, do you think people actually are irrational?
In appearance, at least, yes.
Okay. This actually captures the quote unquote, well, I would say it's more than an appearance in this model. It actually is true. If we ended up in B worlds, we would just say, hey, look, you had less reasons for B. You chose B. A, you had more reasons for it. So if we ended up in the B world when they had more reasons for A, we would just say that person's irrational. No problem, right? I think all we need to do to make sense of agency and libertarian free will is give a model for what we can expect given their reasons. Because you can't make it deterministic. That's just to reject libertarian free will.
So then, in what you're proposing, would the reason behind why B was chosen be the deterministic variable?
There is no reason. They were just weak. There is a reason why they chose B. Let me give you an example here. There's a cake before me. Cake tastes good. That's a reason to eat the cake. My reasons for not eating the cake: it will make me fat. It will make me feel sick. It's also of a flavor that I don't like. So I have more reasons to not eat the cake, right? But if I end up in a world where I eat the cake, I did have a reason to eat the cake. I just had more reasons to not. So in some sense, you can, this is why I said you can either say, I'm just irrational because I didn't choose the thing I had the most reason to, or you can say, I'm less rational. Either one kind of fits that.
Okay. Yeah, it's the way you worded it here is what a Trump Calvinist would have jumped on is that when you say you had more reason to do such and such.
Yeah, that's what they mean by irrational. Just going against the thing you have the most reason to.
Right.
Sure, and that's fine. We can take that. Okay. Yeah. So in that world where I chose to eat the cake when I had less reason to do so, they're rational. Okay. I think people are irrational.
Yeah.
For them, if they agree that people are irrational, what's their account of it?
They affirm that the role that, or at least from first-person experience, that there are reasons that compel us to make the choices that we make, but that those reasons were decreed by God, and so it kind of paints a little picture in a necessitarian kind of way, but in the alternative view, it would be that that the creature's reasons had no compelling nature, had no coercive force on the choice that was made. So it wouldn't. It wouldn't be more choice to eat the cake. Yeah, I'm sorry, it would be that you had more reasons to eat the cake rather than not. And if you didn't eat the cake, it wouldn't necessarily be that you had more reasons to not eat the cake. But just that, despite all the reasons, ultimately, the choice that you make, which could have happened one or the other, given a parallel universe scenario, would have been exactly the same.
Yeah, but it sounds like what they're trying to say is more than just like the reasons don't determine which world we're in. Obviously, I think they're trying to say something more substantial than determinism is false in your view. Like, I don't think they're trying to say that. So if it's not just that, I think what they're trying to say is reasons play no role at all, as in they do nothing. That you could just subtract them and your view will change at like zero. And that I'm trying to show is wrong. Do you agree with that? Like what they're trying to say, reasons, like you could take them away and your view will maintain the same.
Then it would just default back to how one defines reason. It could just be an impulse, you know.
Just for now, do you agree that what they're trying to tell you is the reasons in like your view, Crimson's view, is superfluous? It does nothing.
Yes, for the position that I was trying to defend.
Yeah, I'm trying to show you that's wrong, because if we take this stochastic approach where reasons model which probability distribution of worlds we end up in, if we take those reasons away, we lose the probability distribution. Basically, the reasons give you expectations. Choose A, right? Even if we also agree they could choose B. We could end up in that, but we shouldn't expect it. Do you agree with that?
Yes, in your model that would make sense.
But don't you think that in your model it makes sense that the reasons, if you knew genuinely that the person had more reasons for A, that it generates an expectation that they will choose A, even if they could choose B?
Yes, it would generate the expectation for them to choose that which has more reason to do so.
Okay.
But my position would be that doesn't guarantee it.
Of course, because that's what determinism is. The point here is like the fact that it generates the expectation is showing you that there is a use for the reasons.
This is only in when you're looking at it externally. It had to the in first person view. It would not be the case in my model.
So if we're evaluating our own reasons, is that what you mean?
My reasons for choosing A or B would remain the same even if I chose B. So then if I chose B, the reason for why I chose B would be nothing that's predicated on it in relation to the reasons behind A or B. But something independent from that. And what do you want to call it? Impulse, one self-determined nature, or as you described it, a weakness of will. Is what that is.
Yeah, and we're granting that the B world we shouldn't expect given their reasons, but there might still be I mean, I take the strong view of libertarian free will is that they're not explained in totality. Like there's no, because then it's just going to be determined. You just take the weaker version of libertarian, which is just like the self-cause. Like the self generates deterministic parts, but you can't take the external world and determine the inner world, basically. But people like Andrew take an even stronger form. Like you can't do it from the inner world either. So if you get a full explanation, that's just determinism. The explanation of A determines B in every world. So whenever you have an A, you have a B. But I guess like all I'm trying to show you is they are not right to think you can just take away your reasons and it plays no role in the actual world. You can make expectations. Expectations are just models of like the way that the possible worlds lay out. So there's more possible worlds for A than there are B, even though both could be actual.
So just to make sure, because to make sure that we're not slightly talking past each other, and also for the benefit of anyone who might be listening with interest, the way you're defining reason is what exactly? It's like in the A and B example, the reasons for A or B would be like would you define the reason to be one's inclination, desire?
No, I think reasons are more broad than that. Desires might also be a kind of a reason. I think reasons are endorsements that are in favor of something else.
Or general disposition?
No, disposition is basically at odds of a reason. This gets tricky with the language here. People use reason to try to capture lots of different phenomena. There's reasons, mentality, and then there's like just why did X occur? The reason why X occurs because Y occurred. That's just to me causation. That is not the way I view reasons as like the way that agents do things. So I'm trying to take away the causal side of things. These are not causal.
Okay. Yeah, it's just depending on how you define reason is where we would be able to identify common ground and where we might be looking at things differently. I define reason as being conformity to one's desires. Well, that's.
Aren't you a moral realist?
Reason is
I like to separate motivations from reasons as well. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just wanted, because it sounds like you might be struggling here. I can add some reasons as to for why it can't be purely internal, especially under our view, because we're more realist, if you want to take it that way. Is if it's a reason to do a good thing, if you have a reason to do something good, that's not internal to you, it's external to you. So if desires are purely internal and reasons to do good are external, then some reasons are external.
I'll put it this way. So the reasons, as I define it, would be the reflection of one's desire, the percentage of one's desire. Percentage, from 0 to 100. So A over B. A as 60% and B is 40%. That the agent is cognizant of. Beyond this, there may be something else that the agent is not readily aware of, but that may become aware of momentarily. And so my libertarian view is that despite the percentage reflecting one's desire, you can choose opposite to that. And the reason why you choose opposite to that would be nothing more than you choosing it. It's not grounded on any further subconscious deliberation, even though that may be the case. My position is that it's like the Calvinist says, it's irrational. It's not predicated on something that you deliberate over. You weigh the consequences or anything like that. Like when Agent Smith asked Neo, you have no chance of winning. Why do you persist? And Neo says, because I choose to.
This is gonna sound tangential, but I want your thought on it. Just a quick thought to belongs. Do what thou wilt. What do you think about that?
Act in accordance to your desire.
Yeah. Does it make you cringe at all? You know who that came from, right?
Yeah, the Satanist guy?
Yeah. Do you agree with him on that?
Well, obviously, from a moral standpoint, I do not. But in a way, it could be said that anyone it depends on how you define things. It could be said that whatever a person does is that person's greatest desire.
Is that what makes them rational?
No.
Okay.
At least not, like in the case of Abraham, someone looking from a distance might be seeing a madman getting ready to kill his son, but from Abraham's point of view, he had an excellent reason to go through with it.
Okay. When you internalize desire, like that feeling, assuming it is a feeling for you, do you sometimes, when thinking about something, anything, that it's just not there? Like thinking about a chair, do you feel like any urge to sit in the chair? Like sometimes it might not be there?
Yeah, I mean, I experienced that.
Okay. Do you think that ever occurs with things you have obligations towards?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think obligations are reasons to do something?
It could be. That's where it becomes subjective. One could define it as a reason or a motivation, as you said earlier, to do something.
I'm not even using motivation. It's just like, it's something that, someone could say, I did this because. I was obligated to. I was obligated to do this. And they can also say, I didn't want to do this, but I had an obligation, and so I did it. And this is why I don't like this talk of desires being the only thing that makes us rational. For one, as far as I can tell, it just equates to rationality is do what thou wilt. And I also think that doing good things is, in some sense, what's rational. Now, you obviously have to know about what's good for it to play some role. But I think people, if goodness is external, if it's external, I think you can say, I know what to do because I know this is good. I also don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, but I know it's good. Now, you might still ask, well, what explains why they do it? But that's a separate question. Is maybe they do it because they're obligated to. They were obligated to do the good, but they didn't want it. The fact that they didn't want it doesn't explain it. The fact that they were obligated to explains it. And so reasons don't just collapse into do what thou wilt. Do what you want.
So I think all that needs to be answered at this point is whether we agree on that reason behind the choice that we actually do make, whether it be something that is motivational, that is rational, that has a utilitarian outlook to it. Whatever that reason is, does it extend infinitely back, or does it start with the agent?
Well, I don't think reasons are entirely generated from the external. I think some reasons are internal. And so basically, I think some reasons are external, some reasons are internal. I think the main thing, though, is whether they're external. To reject determinism is even if they come from the external world, that they don't cause the internal, but they can play influential roles.
Okay, that helps. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So basically, if we have 90% reason to do A, and the external provides the remaining 10%, then we are going to infallibly commit that action, commit to A, correct?
I would not say infallibly. If I'm an indeterminist, then I'm going to say it's most likely to do A. It's not determined.
Could it ever be the situation that if you have an internal 90% reason to commit to A, and the external world provides you the remaining 10%, and now with that 100% motivation to commit to A, there could ever be a situation where you would consistently choose opposite to A?
No, not in my model. If the reasons provide the consistency, so even if you only have reasons for A and none for B, however, they're like if all of them do provide a consistency of world distribution.
Okay. So going a step further, it sounds like you're saying given the internal reasons being 90% in favor of being committed to A, and the external environment gives you the remaining 10%, that you could still choose B, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you choose B, would your internal reason to commit to A and the external 10% reason to also commit to A be contributory to your reason to choose B?
No.
Okay. So now we have a third reason component. What would you? And so that's what all I've been trying to get at is what kind of nature do you assign this third reason component, and how far back does it extend? Where does it come from?
This is basically, sometimes they call this a brute explanation, or the lack of an explanation, but basically there's just missing information. And by missing information, I don't mean we don't know. That's not what's meant. It's not one out. It's literally the way the world is set up. There is no information from one state of affairs that you could derive the next. If you knew everything about one state of affairs and only that one state, you could not know all of the next state. So there's no amount of facets. So you could think of this as like the third thing just is what they call brute. It's not really a thing. It's a lack of thing.
think that's the common ground that we hold to. You and I and Andrew and
Yeah.
Any other libertarian.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah.
The only difference here might be that if the creature does choose A, that the reasons for choosing A being that internal 90%, which is which the creature is conscious of, in addition to the remaining 10%, which the creature may or may not be conscious of, that they should not be disregarded as being non-contributory.
Yeah, I agree. I think they are contributory, and that's why I push back, because if all they're saying is, oh, everything about the world that doesn't tell us about the next day. Yes, that is just the thesis of the determinism. Like, they're just saying, their criticism is, you're an indeterminist. So, like, wow, very enlightening. If they're trying to say something more like, oh, reasons do nothing in your view, like you could subtract them and nothing about your view changes. And that's why there aren't any agents or something. Like, that is a significantly substantial claim, and that I think is false.
Okay, yeah, no, that sounds fair.
Yeah, I know that gets like kind of nitpicky, but I do think it's a risk. Maybe some of them are saying that. Like, sometimes people will do that with like the objective subjective thing for morals, is that the criticism against subjectivists is that they're just subjectivists. So obviously that's not going to move them from their position. It's just to tell them you have their position, or that they have the position they have.
Yeah. I'm glad we had this conversation, but I usually only have these kinds of conversations with Calvinists. All because we're fighting over, is God the author of evil? Is there free will? All that goes back to Torah is, in order to defend Torah, they have to really traverse the distance. I'm curious. I heard you say that on the issue of on the question of universalism, you mentioned a few days ago that that there was a compelling argument in favor of universalism that you could give. Would you mind explaining that one to me?
Sure. I actually have a few, but there's one that's like really simple. I want to caveat a little bit though, is by the first of the year here, I'm making a decision to be a Catholic, and I'm not absolutely certain of this, but it sounds like if I'm a Catholic, then I cannot affirm universalism. I will double check on that, but I don't know what I'm going to do with that, because I'm very convinced of universalism, but that's just, I just want to tell you that ahead of time. The argument basically is that sin is a directedness away from God. Sometimes they call that missing the mark. The mark just is God. Excuse me. And so what good is just hitting the mark, which is God. So sin is missing the mark, good is hitting the mark is God. That's sort of just some definitions. Then God is good, and remember, the good here just means the mark, which is God. So that's just saying God is God. No problem. God has a plan for everybody. All of God's plans are good. Therefore, all of God's plans for everybody is good. And then you just take the good there and replace it with the hitting the God. So all of God's plans for everybody is to hit God. And that is more or less just how I understand universalism in like at least a weak sense.
Okay. Thanks for that. So is it Dutch?
Yeah, of course.
Hey,
ignore me. I'm waiting until you guys get done and I'll say something on topic and congratulate Albito for being at least a Catholic. Go ahead.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I would only, I appreciate that. So, in what you described, I would only question what is meant by good. Is it what appears to be good for the agent, or is it in addition to God's will for all? Generally, I agree that God's will for everyone. God is not like willing at any parishes, but
God is identical to the good. Can you agree to that? God is the good.
Yes, objectively, he is.
And that's all I'm saying. God is good.
Yeah.
That's identical to the good. And the good is hitting the mark. And then, like in ontology, what the mark would be, like where you would go find it, is the sacred. The spot you'd go find the good at is the same spot you'd find God at. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah, if you remember how it's like an archery term, like where if we say like the mark is like the center point. Like when they say you hit the mark, they're saying you hit the center point. And when we say God is good, we're saying God is that center point. So it's just like the same location in that sense.
I readily agree that God's will. I readily agree that God's prescriptive will is for everybody to hit the mark, but it becomes highly questionable as to whether or not it is objectively good for God to arrange for all of his creatures to hit the mark against what their natural disposition is.
Let me ask this. Do you think you can plan for something that doesn't exist?
Depends on what you mean by doesn't exist. Intellectually, I could plan for building a gazebo that does not yet exist. Yes.
Okay. Sometimes, we could nitpick that, but I'm not trying to, so I'm just gonna leave that there. It's fine. Do you think when God orients things in like a proper function, I don't know if you accept this kind of terminology, but I'm just gonna use it for now. That when God orients creation, that they're oriented in a way to reflect Him.
Yes, that Adam was created upright, and I'm sorry, that God created man upright.
Okay. Does the orientation? So I do want to be careful here because we're going to include their free will as an orientation. Do you think the orientation away from him, is part of that plan?
The plan, the overall good plan.
However, God is like structuring reality. It is His plan. He's setting it up in a work a certain way, right?
Yeah, I don't disagree that the end result of what the Bible describes is going to be good all around.
And is He going to go according to His plan?
Plan in the sense that He foreknows it and that He is able to work all things to His desires given the limitations. Or I guess you could say the self-imposed limitations.
I don't want to do any of it, but He still has the plan nonetheless. So it'll make it a little muddy for me. Is anything at the end state of the world out of His plan? Like He did not account for it. Like everything when He looks at any object and their placement or their order, He thinks to Himself, this isn't part of my plan.
No, I will agree that it is all according to His plan in the sense that He accounted for it and that there's a purposeful meaning to it.
Okay. Well, and you might not find this as problematic as maybe me, but it feels like then we have to say something like God's plan is for people to be in hell.
Yes.
Do you feel an aversion to that?
No, only because of the nuances surrounding that conclusion. Namely, free will, the value of relationship, or I should say, the value of free agency in a relationship.
Do you know much about Molinism?
I've been learning more about it. I think I do believe there are aspects of it that are true. I don't know how far it goes. Because if you kick it up to a certain point, then it almost becomes indistinguishable from Calvinist compatibilism.
Okay, super quick answer a relevant question. Do you believe that it is a rational, like a real free choice to choose between hell and God's presence and bliss?
The degree of freedom would depend on the preacher's spiritual state of affairs. Such that, yeah, so I get you know where I'm going.
Yeah, so if I say give me your wallet or your life, it's technically a choice, but is it really? So that's the type of move I'm making here, right? So.
Well, in the strict sense, it would still be a choice. I'm free to choose to not cooperate and you kill me. That happens plenty.
But is it a rational choice, especially after beatific vision, having seen God, seeing after the final judgment? Would it be a rational choice to move away from the good, which I take to be intrinsically to be sought out after, and to choose eternal damnation, whatever that looks like, for mental torture, physical torture? So I think people like David Bentley Hart make an excellent point there. But look, I don't want to change the topic too much. Albedo, have you read David Bentley Hart, That All Shall Be Saved? And if not, should I give you a copy in Discord, a free PDF copy?
No, I have the copy.
Okay, cool. Oh, proceed. So you answer my old friend Crimsonite. It is, well, there's a possible there, and there's some stuff I can tweak and pull it, but then I'm going to, distract too much from your conversation. But thanks for the answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, you and I, we're just discussing rationality and free will choice and all of that, and it touches on this in that even after seeing blessings of heaven, the goodness of God, that down to the dichotomous choice of wanting to be with that God or not wanting to be with that God. And for those that choose not to want to be with God, when you press them for a reason, what their rationality is, it's nothing more than just their own will, their will to desire.
Yeah, so it's irrational to be in line with your beliefs and desire. In this case, if your spiritual state is such that you desire to live in sin or want to do your own thing and not be in the presence of God, then you're making a rational decision. But if hell is as described in the Bible, then you're literally choosing the good and bliss and shalom and all of the good stuff. You're swapping it in for torture, like the state of affairs where the mental state is suboptimal, to use a euphemism, right? So in that sense, I don't think it's a rational choice. Yes, you are in line with a desire, but it seems to go so. For example, like the irreducible foundational term "good" just means that it is something to be sought after, or something that you desire, and something bad is the opposite, something you want to flee from or avoid, right? And it seems, so in that sense, it seems irrational. Besides the point of like, if you see a person put his hand on a hot stove, right? You're like, this guy is nuts. Like, it's one thing to touch that stove, but then immediately retract your hand. But it's another thing, I think, insanity, or at least irrational, to put your hand on the stove and keep it there. Sorry.
Yes, I agree. But again, it all has to do with the individual disposition. I don't think disposition can be labeled off as rational or not. It just is.
So I think the thing is that
I'm going.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
if it's dispositional or like inclination in that way, it sounds like it's not a choice, you just perform it.
Being the case that that one's disposition is equivalent to that choice, and that disposition could change from on a moment's notice.
I mean, I understand disposition to be like mechanistic.
I guess in a certain sense it could be. But yeah, I mean, for where does the Bible say to those that are perishing, the gospel is foolishness, but to those who are being delivered, it is the word to salvation or something like that. So you know what I'm saying? It's objective where if your heart's disposition is such that you view subordination to God. In the overarching sense, obviously they're not going to enjoy the torment aspect of it, but I guess they, given that choice, they made the conscious decision to suffer that consequence.
And you think, and you think that they would prefer all of the agony over being around God?
Given my free will model, I suspect that is the case. Do I understand correctly? You're suggesting that because Andrew and Selah hold to the view that their universalist view incorporates libertarian free will, where God creates only those whom he foreknows would freely choose to repent upon experiencing that period of torment, in addition to being wooed, which I just say is irresistible grace. Is that something similar to what you hold to, or?
I mean, I would just say it's determined. There's no choice.
Well, would it be any less? Would it be any less probable for God to have chosen, to have determined for some creatures to genuinely choose to experience that torment?
Is it any less probable? Yeah, it's extremely less probable. It's like abysmal. Like for me, that's what I understand.
Because it would come across as being malevolent, correct?
There's that, but that's actually not even really the stronger motivation. I don't know what kind of psychology you have. It's like, to the extent I think it's similar to mine, is there's basically nobody that I would mind to be around over being in constant agony.
I agree with that. I agree with that stance as well. However, there are those who, like R&R, for example, when asked if the Christian God does exist, would you be inclined to worship him? And he said no. And he gave, a list of reasons. But beyond that, he didn't exclude his own spiritual preference. But I'm just using him as a rough example. Take any other person, they choose, no, they don't want to have a relationship with God.
Yeah. I mean, people say that, I agree. I think once you put them into the torture, you can't even admit testimony or anything because people do whatever it takes to stop being tortured.
Yeah, in all honesty, I have considered that, and for all I know, that could be the case. But keep in mind that assumes a certain quality of torment that may not be the case. It could be figurative. That agonizing, gnashing teeth, weeping could be a metaphorical way of saying that they are in a agonizing state of isolation, away from God, and even maybe away from any other creature. They're in total isolation, solitary confinement.
Well, how about this? Rather than the physical side of it, or like that kind of, would you accept this? How is the place you least want to be?
Depending on how you define the agonizing aspects of it.
I can say I didn't involve that. This is what hell is. It's the place that you
least
want to be.
Yeah, that's an axiomatic state, but that's more of a definition than a proposition. I would say it sounds like if it's the least, if it's the place that you least want to be, then no one would want to be there. But
yeah,
it seems like there are some who says, screw it, yeah, I don't want to live a holy lifestyle. I want nothing to do with God. I don't care if one exists. I'll just go my own way.
And when people say, you understand that people say that about things that they like, even oh, I don't like this, and they haven't even done it before. Like children are a good example.
Oh yeah,
I don't like that, but I never even tried it, and then they tried it and they liked it. I'm kind of basically saying something like that. It's like they haven't even tried it, and yet they're like, yeah, it's fine if I go there.
Well, from a philosophical standpoint, if libertarian free will is true, then regardless of whatever the condition is, it's not a matter of whether it's a place where you least want to be, or what the reasons are, or what the rationality is for not wanting to be there, but just rather what the person is going to end up choosing. Like the illustration of the internal will and then the external will, and those two percentages adding up, and if you still choose opposites of what the expectation is, then you simply insert a third reason, which borders on metaphysical properties, but that's how I'm looking at it, is that regardless of however much reason you dump onto the side of the scale that is in favor for not ending up in hell, you will have some choosing to go there. So so the position that Andrew and Selah adopt is one that sort of addresses this problem, in that God only created those who he foreknows will freely choose to eventually at some point choose to hit the mark, as you said, to choose God. Even if that's after a fine period in the lake of fire, whatever that actually is.
Actually, I don't think that's literal. It's not the strong sense of libertarian free will.
Oh, okay.
They have to think that there's a possible world where they choose some other option, right? And so they have to say it's possible that universalism is false.
Greetings. Can I pose a question?
Yeah.
In that
what's driving? Which one is driving? Is it the soul or the spirit?
The Bible seems to delineate the soul as being, in the New Testament, the soul is seems to be qualified as that which is immaterial. The spirit seems to be that which is referred to as just your mind. Where Paul says, "Be renewed in the spirit of your mind." In I forget if it's Timothy or Jude, where it says that may your body, soul, and spirit be preserved till the day of our Lord Jesus Christ. So it seems to be a combination of three, the creaturely trinity, if you will, the body, mind, and soul.
But why do we separate the body from the mind? It's attached and fully functional, giving dreams and everything. This consciousness itself.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it just as Trinitarian and say God is one, but three persons. The human is one, but having three distinct components.
Let me put it in a very poor example. In my case, if I have a pack of cigarettes in front of me, and I'm eager to either smoke or not smoke, given the consciousness and the free will and everything, what's driving me to smoke? Is it the nicotine itself, or is it something else beyond nicotine, beyond matter?
They all play a role. As Albio and I had a conversation about how the different reasons come into play, and that it should not be disregarded as being as a choice being completely random. But it would be how conditioned you are to the effects of cigarettes, how cognizant you are of the health risks that come with smoking cigarettes, and as well as how dependent you are on nicotine, I guess. To where if you had
Sorry, go ahead. I thought you finished.
Yeah, no, I was just like telling that if you had a nicotine patch, then maybe you could pull through.
Well, I would say that you're not the master of your own house, meaning that there is this perception that people have that there is this me inside, and I have the will to do whatever I want, but you're not the master of the house. So there are these mechanisms that within yourself that it is outside of your control. So, for example, if you are sad, you cannot say that I wish to be happy and therefore I'm happy, right? So there are these driving forces within you that you are not in control of. But there is that unconscious part of you. So there's a lot of automated stuff that is going on, like reflexes and so forth. Like you didn't choose to move your hand when you put your hand on a hot stove. Right? These things happen. So there are lots of involuntary stuff. And what you are conscious is the thing that you have will over.
That sounds largely agreeable. It's just, we equivocate over what it means to be in control. When someone says, I didn't want to be here, but I'm here because of, for your sake, and, the competing desires, and whether it's all how you define things. Philosophers tend to define anything that we do physically as being our greatest desire, and at a certain point becomes circular. If all that you do is your greatest desire, then all you can do is your greatest desire. But in reality, may not be the case. Depends on the nature of the human ontology. Is it merely, is it monism? Is it dualism? Idealism?
We tend to look at things sort of in a binary way because we are sort of like conditioned from Aristotle. There is something that is true or false, but there are things can be neither true or false, right? So there's ability to dissect things beyond something that is black and white. So when it comes to like what you are as a person, it's not that clear as like, yeah, you have free will and you don't have free will, right? So there are like, for instance, split brain, for like when people have seizures, people's brains get split, and interesting things happen. It's people actually lie, and you do certain things, and people would actually make up a story like, why did you walk over to that place? You could tell the left brain, and then the right brain wouldn't know, but the right brain would make up the story of why you did something, right? And they're not deliberately lying, right? So there is these phenomena that we are from, that the human psyche, it's not that clear cut as you have like free will.
Yeah. This is an ongoing field of research, psychology, neurology, trying to bridge the gap between the two. I'm curious, would you happen to be a physicalist? Are you?
I suppose like you approach these things in sort of a dualistic way. So most people, there is this physical world, and then there is this psychic world, the mind and the body, and then you go down the third part, which is panpsychism. Is that the underlying, why do we need to have this sort of dual nature thing? But bringing both of them together, and then to say that underlying nature of everything is the mind. So the universe is the mind, and then on top of it, you have the physical manifestation of things.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like idealism.
Right.
Yeah, I'm completely open to that.
So, I gotta step away. Crimson, my old friend, what are you currently now? I assume still affiliated with what flavor? What denomination?
I've been an Armenian for the last.
Still? After Jimmy Stevens and I tried to talk so much sense, and now heavyweight Albedo here, tried to talk so much sense, and you still hold to libertarian free will. Oh my God. So the tension between God's sovereignty and human free will, you're just appealing to this metaphysical state of basically where it's just pure volition still?
I guess you could say that, but keep in mind that even in Albedo's model, there's a libertarian component as well.
Well, I will later talk some sense into Albedo with his alternative option where people can be rational and choose something in line with their highest desire and stuff. But look, for now, do you talk to Jimmy Stevens every now and then or not?
Jimmy's, no.
Yeah, the Calvinist guy. Well, you and I, we talked a lot about
that guy?
Yeah.
Between Satan, Satan.
Yes. Yep.
I spoke to him a little bit here and there, nothing memorable.
All right. Well, so it's been like, I don't know, 6-7 years when we had like these talks. But so I'm deconstructing but I'm not going to jettison old Christianity. So I would love to talk to Peter sometimes about, because I'm trying to reconstruct and see if like Catholicism or Orthodoxy or what works best. So I'm not getting down with the Pope and the Maria stuff, but there's also a lot of good redeeming qualities of Catholicism. So are you still there, Alvito?
Yeah.
So in 2000, so next year you're going to make that big decision, right? And your hiccup is universalism.
That's what I'm doing.
Cool. Yeah. So as you know, I'm trying to reconstruct, but I'm not sure what type of theism. Accepting evolution and having given up inerrancy, what type of Christianity is right for me. Like, I guess that's too much to unpack here for now. So yeah.
Well, I mean, when it comes to religion, so you got this psychic phenomena as human beings, but then religion and stuff like this is something that's built on top of that psychic phenomena. So like you could trace like where ideas have come from. Like you could trace where Christianity come from. Like if you could combine anthropology with religion and language, certain words are borrowed. Right.
How is this not some type of fancy
idea that gets
how is this not some type of genetic fallacy? Right. How is this not a genetic fallacy?
So what was that?
So it was sounding like you were setting up some type of critique.
Right. So like it's very natural for human beings is to borrow ideas and these ideas to evolve over time. So that's why you have variation of the same religious ideas, but in different parts of the United States, you would practice Christianity differently. So these are right. So
Ceylon or Ceylon, I cannot read it. Right. So the problem I have here is that the phenomena, right, that we're describing, like you have the God hypothesis or the person God hypothesis, which explains it, and you have, your human anthropology explanation as to why religion, might have evolved or came to be in a way it has, right? So you have different hypotheses explaining the phenomena, human religion. So is there an argument you're lining up, or are you just saying, well, this is one of the explanations of why people are religious? What exactly are you doing? Are you making an argument or just an observation?
Oh, no. I mean, generally, I don't tend to have a very strong view. I tend to talk about things and point to things. I tend, it's best not to, like in anybody's case, it's best not to fix yourself onto something. So if you could pivot, it's always better, right? Then you have the freedom of choice rather than pinning yourself to that I belong to this. Once you say that, so no matter whether it's true or false, I'm going to defend it now, right? So it's best to be that sort of a free-minded person so that you could think clearly, right? So having said that, so like if you've got a group of people, you need some form of moral code in order to exist, right? Otherwise, it would be just chaos, right? So religion actually serves the purpose of people living together, right? And that could come in so many different variety and flavor. I think it's important like how you think as well, right? So it sort of marks you as a person. So are you one of these sort of like a rigid people, right? So like fixated with something. You cannot pivot, right? Then